एड्रेस किया गया है। अब वन नेशन वन फर्टिलाइजर से किसान को हर तरह के भ्रम से मुक्ति मिलने वाली है और बेहतर खाद भी उपलब्ध होने वाली है। देश में आप हिंदुस्तान के किसी भी कोने में जाइए, एक ही नाम, एक ही ब्रांड से और एक समान गुणवत्ता वाले यूरिया की बिक्री होगी और ये ब्रांड है भारत। अब देश में यूरिया भारत ब्रांड से ही मिलेगी। जब पूरे देश में फर्टिलाइजर का ब्रांड एक ही होगा तो कंपनी के नाम पर फर्टिलाइजर को लेकर होने वाली मारामारी भी खत्म हो जाएगी। इससे फर्टिलाइजर की कीमत भी कम होगी, खाद तेजी से पर्याप्त मात्रा में उपलब्ध होगा। साथियों, आज देश में लगभग 85% हमारे जो किसान हैं वो छोटे किसान हैं। 1 हेक्टर 1.5 हेक्टर से ज्यादा जमीन नहीं है इनके पास। और इतना ही नहीं, समय के साथ जब परिवार का विस्तार होता है, परिवार बढ़ता है, तो उतनी छोटे से टुकड़े के भी टुकड़े हो जाते हैं। जमीन और छोटे छोटे टुकड़े में विभाजित हो जाती है। और आजकल जलवायु परिवर्तन देखते हैं हम। दिवाली तो आ गई, बारिश जाने का नाम नहीं ले रही है। प्राकृतिक प्रकोप चलता रहता है। साथियों, उसी प्रकार से अगर मिट्टी खराब होगी, अगर हमारी धरती माता की तबीयत ठीक नहीं रहेगी, हमारी धरती माता ही बीमार रहेगी, तो हमारी मां, उसकी उपजाऊ क्षमता भी घटेगी, पानी की सेहत खराब होगी तो और समस्याएं होगी। ये सब कुछ किसान अपनी रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में अनुभव करता है। ऐसी स्थिति में खेती की पैदावार को बढ़ाने के लिए, अच्छी उपज के लिए हमें खेती में नई व्यवस्थाओं का निर्माण करना ही होगा। ज्यादा वैज्ञानिक पद्धति को, ज्यादा टेक्नोलॉजी को खुले मन से अपनाना ही होगा। इसी सोच के साथ हमने कृषि क्षेत्र में वैज्ञानिक पद्धतियों को बढ़ाने, टेक्नोलॉजी के ज्यादा से ज्यादा इस्तेमाल पर बल दिया है। आज देश में किसानों को 22 करोड़ सॉयल हेल्थ कार्ड दिए जा चुके हैं ताकि उन्हें मिट्टी की सेहत की सही जानकारी मिले। हम अच्छी से अच्छी क्वालिटी के बीज किसानों को मिले, इसके लिए वैज्ञानिक तरीके से जागृत प्रयास कर रहे हैं। बीते 7-8 साल में 1700 से अधिक वैरायटी के ऐसे बीज किसानों को उपलब्ध कराए गए हैं जो ये बदलती जलवायु परिस्थिति है उसमें भी अपना मकसद पूरा कर सकते हैं, अनुकूल रहते हैं। हमारे यहां जो पारंपरिक मोटे अनाज मिलेट्स होते हैं, उनके बीजों की गुणवत्ता बढ़ाने के लिए भी आज देश में अनेक हब्स बनाए जा रहे हैं। भारत के मोटे अनाज पूरी दुनिया में प्रोत्साहन पाएं, इसके लिए सरकार के प्रयासों से अगले वर्ष पूरी दुनिया में मोटे अनाज का अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वर्ष भी घोषित किया गया है। दुनिया भर में हमारे मोटे अनाज की चर्चा होने वाली है। अब मौका आपके सामने है, दुनिया में कैसे पहुंचना है। आप सभी पिछले 8 साल में सिंचाई को लेकर जो कार्य हुए हैं उससे भी भली भांति परिचित है। हमारे यहां खेतों को पानी से लबालब भरना, जब तक किसान को खेत में सारी फसल पानी में डूबी हुई नजर नहीं आती है, एक भी पौधे की मुंडी अगर बाहर दिखती है तो उसको लगता है पानी कम है, वो पानी डालता ही जाता है, तालाब जैसा बना देता है पूरे खेत को, और उससे पानी भी बर्बाद होता है, मिट्टी भी बर्बाद होती है, फसल भी तबाह हो जाती है। हमने इस स्थिति से किसानों को बाहर निकालने पर भी काम किया है। पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप, सूक्ष्म सिंचाई, माइक्रो इरिगेशन, उस पर बहुत अधिक बल दे रहे हैं। टपक सिंचाई पर बल दे रहे हैं, स्प्रिंकलर पर बल दे रहे हैं। पहले हमारे गन्ना का किसान ये मानने को तैयार नहीं था कि कम पानी से भी गन्ने की खेती हो सकती है। अब ये सिद्ध हो चुका है, स्प्रिंकलर से भी गन्ने की खेती बहुत उत्तम हो सकती है और पानी बचाया जा सकता है। उसके तो दिमाग में यही है कि जैसे पशु को पानी ज्यादा पिलाया तो दूध ज्यादा देगा, गन्ने के खेत को पानी ज्यादा दिया तो गन्ने का रस ज्यादा निकलेगा। ऐसे ही हिसाब किताब चलते रहे हैं। पिछले 7-8 वर्षों में देश की लगभग 70 लाख हेक्टेयर जमीन को माइक्रो इरिगेशन के दायरे में लाया जा चुका है। साथियों, भविष्य की चुनौतियों के समाधान का एक अहम रास्ता नेचुरल फार्मिंग से भी मिलता है। इसके लिए भी देश भर में बहुत अधिक जागरूकता आज हम अनुभव कर रहे हैं। प्राकृतिक खेती को लेकर गुजरात, हिमाचल प्रदेश और आंध्र प्रदेश के साथ साथ यूपी, उत्तराखंड में बहुत बड़े स्तर पर किसान काम कर रहे हैं। गुजरात में तो जिला और ग्राम पंचायत स्तर पर भी इसको लेकर योजनाएं बनाई जा रही हैं। बीते वर्षों में प्राकृतिक खेती, नेचुरल फार्मिंग को जिस प्रकार नए बाजार मिले हैं, जिस प्रकार प्रोत्साहन मिला है, उससे उत्पादन में भी कई गुना वृद्धि हुई है। साथियों, आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी के उपयोग से छोटे किसानों को कैसे लाभ होता है, इसका एक उदाहरण पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि भी है। इस योजना के शुरू होने के बाद से 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा सीधे किसानों के बैंक खातों में ट्रांसफर किए गए हैं। जब बीज लेने का समय होता है, जब खाद लेने का समय होता है, तो भी ये मदद किसान तक पहुंच जाती है। देश के 85% से अधिक छोटे किसानों के लिए ये बहुत बड़ा खर्च होता है। आज देश भर के किसान मुझे बताते हैं कि पीएम किसान निधि ने उनकी बहुत बड़ी चिंता को कम कर दिया है। साथियों, आज बेहतर और आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करते हुए हम खेत और बाजार की दूरी को भी कम कर रहे हैं। इसका भी सबसे बड़ा लाभार्थी हमारा छोटा किसान ही है, जो फल, सब्जी, दूध, मछली जैसे जल्दी खराब होने वाले उत्पादों से जुड़ा हुआ है। किसान रेल और कृषि उड़ान हवाई सेवा से इसमें छोटे किसानों को भी बहुत लाभ मिला है। ये आधुनिक सुविधाएं आज किसानों के खेतों को देश भर के बड़े शहरों से, विदेश के बाजारों से कनेक्ट कर रही है। इसका एक परिणाम ये भी हुआ है कि कृषि क्षेत्र से एक्सपोर्ट अब उन देश को भी होने लगा है जहां पहले कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता था। कृषि निर्यात की बात करें तो भारत दुनिया के टॉप 10 कंट्रीज में है। आज दुनिया के 10 प्रमुख देशों में है। कोरोना की रुकावटों के बावजूद भी 2 साल मुसीबत में गए, उसके बावजूद भी हमारे कृषि निर्यात में 18% की वृद्धि हुई है। गुजरात से बड़े पैमाने पर कमलम फ्रूट, जिसको बाहरी भाषा में ड्रैगन फ्रूट कहते हैं, भारत में उसको कमलम फ्रूट कह रहे, आज विदेश जा रहा है। हिमाचल से पहली बार ब्लैक गार्लिक का एक्सपोर्ट हुआ है। असम का बर्मीज अंगूर, लद्दाख की खुबानी, जलगांव का केला या भागलपुरी जरदारी आम, ऐसे अनेक फल हैं जो विदेशी बाजारों को भा रहे हैं। वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट जैसी योजनाओं के तहत ऐसे उत्पादों को आज प्रोत्साहन दिया जा रहा है। आज जिला स्तर पर एक्सपोर्ट हब भी बनाए जा रहे हैं, जिसका लाभ किसानों को हो रहा है। साथियों, आज प्रोसेस्ड फूड में भी हमारी हिस्सेदारी बहुत अधिक बढ़ रही है। इससे किसानों को उपज के ज्यादा दाम मिलने के रास्ते खुल रहे हैं। उत्तराखंड का मोटा अनाज पहली बार डेनमार्क में गया। इसी प्रकार कर्नाटक का ऑर्गेनिक जैकफ्रूट पाउडर भी नए बाजारों में पहुंच रहा है। अब त्रिपुरा भी इसके लिए तैयारी करने लगा है। ये बीज हमने पिछले 8 वर्षों में बोए हैं, जिसकी फसल अब पकनी शुरू हो गई है। साथियों, आप सोचिए, मैं कुछ आंकड़े बताता हूं। ये आंकड़े सुनकर के आपको लगेगा कि प्रगति और परिवर्तन कैसे होते हैं। 8 साल पहले 2 बड़े फूड पार्क, आज ये संख्या 23 हो चुकी है। किसान उत्पादक संघों यानी एफपीओ और बहनों के स्वयं सहायता समूहों को भी इस सेक्टर से कैसे अधिक से अधिक जोड़े। कोल्ड स्टोरेज हो, फूड प्रोसेसिंग हो, एक्सपोर्ट हो, ऐसे हर काम से छोटा किसान सीधे जुड़े। इसके लिए आज सरकार लगातार प्रयास कर रही है। साथियों, तकनीक का ये प्रयोग बीज से लेकर बाजार तक पूरी व्यवस्था में बड़े परिवर्तन ला रहा है। हमारी जो कृषि मंडियां हैं, उनको भी आधुनिक बनाया जा रहा है। वही टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से किसान घर बैठे ही देश की किसी भी मंडी में अपनी उपज बेच सके, ये भी ई नाम के माध्यम से किया जा रहा है। ई नाम से अब तक देश के 2.25 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान और 2.5 लाख से अधिक व्यापारी जुड़ चुके हैं। आपको ये जानकर के भी खुशी होगी कि अभी तक इसके माध्यम से 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की लेन देन हुई है। आपने देखा होगा, आज देश के गांवों में जमीन के, घर के नक्शे बनाकर किसानों को प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड भी दिए जा रहे हैं। इन सभी कामों के लिए ड्रोन जैसी टेक्नोलॉजी, आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग किया जा रहा है। साथियों, खेती को ज्यादा से ज्यादा लाभकारी बनाने के लिए आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी को उपयोग को हमारे स्टार्टअप नए युग में ले जा सकते हैं। आज यहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में स्टार्टअप से जुड़े साथी मौजूद हैं। बीते 7-8 सालों में खेती में स्टार्टअप की संख्या, ये भी आंकड़ा सुन लीजिए, पहले 100 थे, 100, आज 3000 से ज्यादा स्टार्टअप खेती में टेक्नोलॉजी पे काम कर रहे हैं। ये स्टार्टअप, ये इनोवेटिव युवा, ये भारत की टैलेंट, भारतीय कृषि का, भारत की ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था का भविष्य नए सिरे से लिख रही है। लागत से लेकर ट्रांसपोर्टेशन तक की हर समस्या का समाधान हमारे स्टार्टअप के पास है। अब देखिए, किसान ड्रोन से ही किसान का जीवन कितना आसान होने वाला है। मिट्टी कैसी है, मिट्टी को कौन सी खाद चाहिए, कितनी सिंचाई चाहिए, बीमारी कौन सी है, दवाई कौन सी चाहिए, इसका अनुमान ड्रोन लगा सकता है और आपको सही मार्गदर्शन दे सकता है। दवाई का स्प्रे करना है तो ड्रोन उसी हिस्से में स्प्रे करता है जहां जरूरत है, जितनी जरूरत है। इससे स्प्रे और खाद की बर्बादी भी रुकेगी और किसान के शरीर पर जो केमिकल गिरता है उससे भी मेरा किसान भाई बहन बच जाएगा। भाई और बहनों, आज एक और बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है जिसका जिक्र मैं आप सभी किसान साथियों, हमारे इनोवेटर्स के सामने जरूर करना रहूं। आत्मनिर्भरता पर इतना बल मैं क्यों दे रहा हूं और खेती की, किसानों की इसमें क्या भूमिका है, ये हम सबको समझ करके मिशन मोड में काम करने की जरूरत है। आज सबसे अधिक खर्च जिन चीजों को आयात करने में हमारा होता है वो खाने का तेल है, फर्टिलाइजर है, कच्चा तेल है। इनको खरीदने के लिए ही हर साल लाखों करोड़ रुपए हमारे दूसरे देशों को देना पड़ता है। विदेशों में जब कोई समस्या आती है तो इसका बुरा असर हमारे यहां पर भी पड़ता है। अब जैसे पहले कोरोना आया, हम मुश्किलें झेलते झेलते दिन निकाल रहे थे, रास्ते खोज रहे थे। अभी कोरोना तो पूरा नहीं हुआ तो लड़ाई छिड़ गई। और ये ऐसी जगह जहां हम बहुत सी बातें वहां से खरीदते थे, जहां से ज्यादा हमारे पास जरूरतें थी, वही देश लड़ाइयों में उलझे हुए हैं। उन ऐसे ही देशों पर इन लड़ाई का प्रभाव भी ज्यादा हुआ है। अब खाद को ही लीजिए, यूरिया हो, डीएपी हो या फिर दूसरे फर्टिलाइजर, ये आज दुनिया के बाजारों में दिन रात इतनी तेजी से महंगे होते जा रहे हैं, इतना आर्थिक बोझ पड़ रहा है जो हमारे देश को झेलना पड़ रहा है। आज हम विदेशों से 75-80 रुपये किलो के हिसाब से यूरिया खरीदते हैं, लेकिन हमारे देश के किसान पर बोझ न पड़े, हमारे किसान, उन पर कोई नया संकट न आए जो 70-80 रुपये में हमारा यूरिया हम आज बाहर से लाते हैं, हम किसानों को 5 या 6 रुपये में पहुंचाते हैं भाइयों, ताकि मेरे किसान भाइयों बहनों को कष्ट न हो, किसानों को कम कीमत में खाद मिले। इसके लिए इस वर्ष अब इसके कारण सरकारें खजाने पर बोझ आता है, कई कामों को करने में रुकावटें खड़ी हो जाती हैं। इस वर्ष लगभग 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया केंद्र सरकार का सिर्फ ये यूरिया के पीछे हमको लगाना पड़ रहा है। भाइयों और बहनों, आयात पर हो रहे खर्च को कम करने के लिए, देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए हम सब ने मिलकर के संकल्प करना ही होगा। हम सब ने मिलकर के उस दिशा में चलना ही होगा। हम सब ने मिलकर के विदेशों से खाने के लिए चीजें लानी पड़े, खेती के लिए चीजें लानी पड़े, इसमें से मुक्त होने का संकल्प करना ही पड़ेगा। कच्चे तेल और गैस पर विदेशी निर्भरता को कम करने के लिए बायोफ्यूल इथेनॉल पर बहुत अधिक काम आज देश में चल रहा है। इस काम से सीधे किसान जुड़ा है, हमारी खेती जुड़ी हुई है। किसान की उपज से पैदा होने वाले इथेनॉल से गाड़ियां चले और कचरे से, गोबर से बनने वाली बायोगैस से बायो सीएनजी बने, ये काम आज हो रहा है। खाने के तेल की आत्मनिर्भरता के लिए हमने मिशन ऑयल पाम भी शुरू किया है। आज मैं आप सभी किसान साथियों से आग्रह करूंगा कि इस मिशन का अधिक से अधिक आप लाभ उठाएं। तिलहन की पैदावार बढ़ाकर हम खाद्य तेल का आयात बहुत कम कर सकते हैं। देश के किसान इसमें पूरी तरह सक्षम है। दालों के मामले में जब मैंने 2015 में आपको आह्वान किया था, आपने मेरी बात को सर आंखों पे उठा लिया था और आपने करके दिखाया था। वरना पहले तो क्या हाल था, हमें दाल भी विदेशों से ला करके खानी पड़ती थी। जब हमारे किसानों ने ठान लिया तो देखते ही देखते दाल का उत्पादन लगभग 70% तक बढ़ाकर दिखा दिया। ऐसी ही इच्छा शक्ति के साथ हमें आगे बढ़ना है। भारत की कृषि को और आधुनिक बनाना है, नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंचाना है। आजादी के अमृत काल में खेती को हम आकर्षक और समृद्ध बनाएंगे। इसी संकल्प के साथ सभी मेरे किसान भाइयों बहनों को, सभी स्टार्टअप से जुड़े युवाओं को मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का। देवी सज्जनों, आइए हम सब खड़े होकर करतल ध्वनि से आभार व्यक्त करें उस विभूति का जिनका एक एक शब्द इस देश की जनता में आत्मविश्वास का भाव भरता है। इस देश के युवाओं में नए जोश का संचार होता है, जिनके मुखार बिंदु से निकले एक एक शब्द से। और आज देश का किसान, देश का जवान, देश का हर नागरिक विकसित भारत के निर्माण में अपनी भूमिका निभाने के लिए तत्पर है। तो वो ऊर्जा और वो प्रेरणा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के व्यक्तित्व और उनके कृतित्व से इस देश को मिलती है। आज हम सबको ये सम्मान मिला है। बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, उनकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति के लिए, उनकी सौगात के लिए, देश के किसानों के लिए उनका जो चिंतन है, जो उनका संकल्प है, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत आभार, हृदय से आभार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का। आभार।
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating the two-day event, the PM Kisan Samman Sammelan 2022 today at the Indian Agricultural Research Institute in Pusa in New Delhi. Speaking at the event, Prime Minister hailed the farmers, science and innovation. He stressed on the importance of Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan and Jai Anusandhan once again. PM Kisan Samman Sammelan has brought startups and farmers on the common ground to help agricultural growth find exponential window in India. The Prime Minister added that One Nation, One Fertilizer under the brand name Bharat has helped bring about a transformation as the nation becomes self-sufficient in urea. Nano urea has been a game changer as science and technology has helped farmers gain a stronghold in the market. He also spoke about food parks in India that have grown from just 2 to 23 in the last 8 years. He further added and laid stress on per drop, more crop and sprinkler farming having helped good results in sugarcane farming along with natural and organic farming. The emerging markets, he spoke about them having helped increase production as well as the farmers' income, and the distance between farm and markets have come down with the help of Kisan Rail, and exponential growth in the farming exports has been witnessed. Prime Minister also inaugurated 600 Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samruddhi Kendras. He also released the 12th installment amount of 16,000 crore rupees under the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi or PM Kisan through direct benefit transfer. Prime Minister also launched One Nation, One Fertilizer and Indian Edge, an e-magazine on fertilizers during the event. The event brought about close to 13,500 farmers from across the country and around 1,500 agri startups, and over 1 crore farmers from various institutes attended the event virtually. Well, that's it in this special broadcast. Thanks for watching. Have a safe and wonderful afternoon ahead. Bye for now.
Turning crisis into opportunity, transforming ideas into action, stories of real change, tales of sustainable solution.
This series is going to tell stories of such change makers.
Watch Change Makers on DD India.
I'm a traveler. I love traveling, crossing borders, mountains and oceans. During my first expedition, I had the most difficult time paddling across, not because the terrain was hilly, but because the hills were barren. And that was how I decided, right there and then, that I had to do something to protect the environment around me. I pick trash in my town for 72 hours every year with my teammates and young people. And this idea has evolved into forming the Project 72 Hours. We paint the town red and blue and yellow and green. I have been traveling on my bamboo bicycle to around 40 countries across the world. In my small way, I go out to the world with my own message of giving a little love to our planet Earth and taking good care of her. My name is Shevitio Solo, and this is my solo ride.
Traditional medicine is widely used and increasingly relevant in the world today. Yet, it has been around for millennia. At a time when we were more in balance with our environment and in harmony with nature, we began looking into its healing powers to cure our aches and pains and discover our own remedies. Our understanding of traditional practices began to grow. Now over 80% of the world's population use traditional medicine. It's also the foundation for many modern medicines and practices. Some 40% of the approved pharmaceutical products in use today come from natural substances like tree barks and plant roots. So why don't national health strategies fully take all this into account? To answer these and other questions, we welcome the World Health Organization's new Global Center for Traditional Medicine. A bold new vision that starts in Jamnagar, Gujarat in India but has a truly global reach. A centre to support evidence and data, sustainability and innovation, bringing together the latest knowledge and technology to advance our understanding of methods already in use by billions of people. Catalysing ancient wisdom and modern science has never been more needed as we strive towards our global health objectives to keep the world healthy and safe, to serve those in the most vulnerable situations and promote good health and well-being for everyone. Let's take a bold new look at this most ancient and most modern practice. Welcome to WHO's Global Centre for Traditional Medicine.
सांसों में छिपा है ये, पुरखों की कृपा है ये, दिखलाएगा रास्ता। दुनिया में प्रसिद्ध जो, अपने आप सिद्ध जो, रखना इस पे आस था। योगारंभ हो, योगारंभ हो, योगारंभ हो, योगारंभ हो।
विश्व को भेंट दी हमने ये योग है। योगारंभ हो, योगारंभ हो,
जो सुलझा दे जीवन को वो योग है।
जो सुलझा दे जीवन को वो योग है। अथ योगानुशासनम्, अथ योगानुशासनम्। बुद्धियुक्तो जहातीह उभे सुकृत दुष्कृते, तस्मात् योगाय युज्यस्व। योगः कर्मसु कौशलम्, योगः कर्मसु कौशलम्। अथ योगानुशासनम्, अथ योगानुशासनम्।
भारत ने ही योग सिखाया, जग में फैलाया।
विश्व ने अपनाया, नियंत्रण आया रोग पे।
विश्व ने जैसे है पाया जो अधिकार ये, अब आरोग्य पे है सब हो पाया योग से। सदियों से रहा है ये, सब ही ने कहा है ये।
हरदम देगा आसरा। अथ योगानुशासनम्, अथ योगानुशासनम्।
योगारंभ हो, योगारंभ हो।
ये शरीर और मन का संजोग है।
योगारंभ हो, योगारंभ हो। जो सुलझा दे जीवन को वो योग है। जो सुलझा दे जीवन को वो योग है। योगारंभ हो, आरंभ हो। योगारंभ हो।
डिजिटल बैंकिंग का है जमाना, टाइम है बचाना। डिजिटल बैंकिंग है आसान, करो चाहे कोई भुगतान, एनी टाइम एनीवेयर, सेफ है, फास्ट है, हर पेमेंट उंगलियों पे सेट है। लेन देन के हैं ऑप्शंस कई, IMPS, NEFT, UPI भी। 24 घंटे करते ये काम, पेमेंट आसान और रहे आराम। RBI कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Hello and welcome to Y Factor. I'm Shreya Upadhyay. Now, when usually we anchors host a show, we set the frame as, a proper, right, beautiful frame. We tend to do that. But today, I am near a garbage bin because today we are talking about something extremely important and something that is crucial for our daily lives. I'm talking about food wastage. Food wastage that we do in our daily lives. Now, according to a survey, about 50 kilograms of food per day per person is wasted from Indian kitchens, from our households. That is enough to feed at least 150 people. Now, this is what we're going to talk about today in Y Factor. We will be meeting young volunteers, a group called Robin Hood Army, who serve the poor and the needy of the city with extra food that is available at weddings and food that is wasted in restaurants. Remember, we all go out, we order extra food, we have huge buffets in our weddings, and the food that remains from there is collected and served in a hygienic manner to the poor and the needy. Let's go and talk to them about what they do, why they do it, and what's the kind of solution we can contribute towards reducing food wastage. In the March of 1993, photographer Kevin Carter took one of the most infamous photographs of our times. In this Pulitzer Prize-winning click, an almost skeletal Sudanese toddler was struggling to crawl towards a nearby aid station for food, while a vulture sat just a few feet behind him, waiting for its own meal. Despite adequate food production across the world, the problem of hunger persists, and food wastage is one of the biggest reasons for this crisis. According to the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, 1/3 of food produced for human consumption is lost or wasted globally, which amounts to about 1.3 billion tons per year. In India, the organization states around 40% of the food which is produced is either lost or wasted. It also estimates the value of food wastage in India to be more than 92,000 crore rupees per annum. This food wastage, however, isn't limited to one level alone but perforates through every stage, from harvesting, processing, packaging and transporting to the end stage of consumption. So what are the reasons behind food wastage? There is a significant amount of food waste generated in our homes. As per the Food Waste Index Report 2021, a staggering 50 kgs of food is thrown away per person every year in Indian households. The COVID-19 pandemic not only exposed the problems of food waste but also compounded them. Absence of an effective distribution mechanism and legal framework. Poor supply chain management, which results in significant wastage both at pre- and post-harvest stages. Hunger is the most direct impact that food wastage has on human beings, but there are other effects too. Food wastage has multiple socio-economic and environmental impacts. Wastage of food is not less than a social delinquency. The increasing wastage results in land degradation by about 45%, mainly due to deforestation, unsustainable agricultural practices, and excessive groundwater extraction. The energy spent over wasted food results in 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide production every year, resulting in greater carbon footprint and deeper climate change. Decaying food also leads to emission of harmful gases in the atmosphere. For instance, decaying of rice produces methane. Now, what's the way forward? Behavioral change like regulating our consumption pattern, calculated purchasing when buying groceries, minimizing single-use packaging, ordering consciously from restaurants, and reconsidering extravagant buffet spreads at weddings. Food bank concept. Edible food should be made available every day for free, at the latest in the last opening hour, so it can be picked up and consumed by those in need. Technological investment. It is important that technology is adopted at every stage of the supply chain to overcome this problem. So before we head to the kitchen of Connaught Clubhouse, I have with me two Robins here with me from the Robin Hood Army, Tanya and Kamlesh. Let's talk to them about how this idea was founded, guys, and tell us, what's the aim basically of this army. Tanya, first of all, how was Robin Hood Army really formed? What was the idea behind it? And what is this interesting name, Robin Hood?
Actually, we started in 2014 with the idea of serving extra food. Matlab, as we know कि 1/3 of food produced in the world always go in a waste, and on the second hand, every second a child dies of hunger. So from there we got that idea that whatever extra food is produced in hotels and around our places, that we can pick it up and serve it to truly hungry ones. So from there we started this idea, and now we are around 13 countries around the world where we are serving foods to truly hungry citizens.
So, where does this name come from, Robin Hood Army? It's a very interesting name. कहाँ से आता है? ये कैसे रखा?
यस मैम, रॉबिन हुड का नाम तो हम सब ने सुना ही है कि कैसे वो लोगों की मदद करते थे, लेकिन वो ज़रा अपोजिट थे कि वो लूट के करते थे। लेकिन हम थोड़ा हार्ट को रोब करके कर रहे हैं कि लोगों के हार्ट तक पहुंच के उनको ये बोल सके कि कुछ लोग भूखे भी हैं जो सोते हैं, और उनको हम आपके पास जो भी सरप्लस फूड है उसको वहाँ से लेके और जिनको ज़रूरत है वहाँ तक पहुँचा सके। तो इसी आइडिया के साथ हमने रॉबिन हुड नाम रखा था और स्टार्ट किया था।
Actually, those of you who are not familiar with this fictional character, Robin Hood, he was a guy who used to steal from the rich people and the kings and the queens, and actually, serve that loot to the poor and needy of the towns, and that's where it comes from. But ऐसे cafes में आप लोगों को कितना एक्स्ट्रा खाना प्रोवाइड करते हैं, एंड हाउ डू यू गाइज वर्क अराउंड इट? डू यू गाइज कॉल देम और तब पूछते हो कि ठीक है, यू नो, इफ यू हैव एक्स्ट्रा फूड देन गिव इट टू अस? हाउ डज दैट होल प्रोसेस रियली हैपन?
So actually for that we schedule pitching drive like regularly once in a month where we go and like different cafes में हम जाकर उनसे फिर से contact करते हैं and we just tell them about our idea and obviously वो हमारी बात को सुनकर काफ़ी ज़्यादा inspire हो जाते हैं and they just want to donate whatever they can and जब वो एक बार start कर देते हैं then it become in comes in their habit. तो अगर उनके habit में आने के बाद अगर उनके पास food नहीं भी बचता है then also they specially cook for us and they give it food for like to us जो ताकि हम जो सच में ज़रूरतमंद है उसको हम दे सके जाकर. सो ऐसे ये स्टार्ट हुआ था कि फ्रॉम द एक्स्ट्रा फूड, बट उसके बाद वो एक्स्ट्रा मील्स भी हमारे लिए स्पेशली कुक करते हैं कि हम जो सच में ज़रूरतमंद है उस तक पहुंचा सकें.
I think that's a fantastic idea, you know, to actually collect extra food from restaurants, weddings, communities. आप सब लोग यहीं से collect करते हैं, but ऐसे कैफे से, ऐसे वेडिंग से कितना अमाउंट ऑफ फूड आप लोग कलेक्ट कर लेते हो, एंड हाउ मेनी पीपल डज दैट फूड रियली फीड?
इट्स अ गुड अमाउंट ऑफ फूड. जैसे कि आज ही हम यहाँ से 100 पराठास कलेक्ट करने वाले हैं जो कि करीबन 50 लोगों के लिए इनफ होगा. दिस इज़ जस्ट वन रेस्टोरेंट फ्रॉम विच वी आर कलेक्टिंग द फूड एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस जस्ट वन रेस्टोरेंट वी हैव सर्व्ड अराउंड 108 million meals till now. So this is quite amazing figures which we are
And what's the kind of response you guys get from, you know, I'm sure you see a lot of smiles on the faces of people. आप पेट भरते हैं लोगों का. What's the kind of response you get?
Absolutely, we get a very huge response. Like we use food as a medium only, you know. Like हमें food सिर्फ एक medium की तरह उनसे connect करने के लिए use करते हैं, because when we like serve food, वो एक trust build हो जाता है हमारे बीच में, and then they feel कि हम इनसे अपनी और भी परेशानियाँ share कर सकते हैं. तो every Sunday we go and serve food, and weekdays में भी जब भी हमारे पास food होता है we go and serve to them. तो they have built that love with us, no, that connection. तो उनके पास कुछ भी और प्रॉब्लम होती है लाइक इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इश्यूज, इफ दे आर हैविंग एनी एजुकेशनल इश्यूज ऑफ देयर चाइल्ड्स और एनी काइंड ऑफ, दे जस्ट डायरेक्टली कम टू अस एंड नो टॉक टू अस. एंड इंसिडेंटली मैं आई वुड लाइक टू शेयर एन इंसिडेंट. अभी कोविड का टाइम था एज यू नो, एंड उस टाइम पे दे वर रियली नॉट अग्रीइंग टू हैव वैक्सीनेशन बिकॉज नो बहुत सारे र्यूमर्स थे अराउंड द वर्ल्ड. तो उनके पास भी र्यूमर था कि इट्स पॉइजन, हमें ये ख़राब कर देगा एंड ऑल. बट वी जस्ट वेंट, एंड जब हमने बोला कि नहीं वैक्सीनेशन इज़ रियली इंपॉर्टेंट, वी कंडक्टेड एंड लाइक अवेयरनेस सेशन और सो. तो उसके बाद ये ट्रूली गॉट इंस्पायर्ड और उन सब ने आकर अपने आप से हमें रजिस्टर कराया हमसे, और सब ने वैक्सीनेशन ली बैक टू बैक. सो इट वॉज लाइक वन स्टोरी ओनली दैट हाउ वी आर impacting their lives.
So I think that's one big thing, you know, that trust factor जो आप लोगों ने build किया है with people, and it is said that a way to a man's heart is through his stomach, but I think a way to a human being's heart is actually through his stomach or her stomach. When it is full, you know that trust factor is there. With that, let's head to the kitchen of this beautiful cafe where we are at Connaught Clubhouse and see what process the Robins follow to collect the food and go to the poor and the needy who actually need that food. So now before the food is packed, it's of course necessary that we talk to the chef. Chef प्रीतम है हमारे साथ जो हमें बताएंगे यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है फूड कलेक्शन और फूड पैकिंग से पहले. शेफ प्रीतम, यहाँ पे खाना देते हैं या स्पेशली बनता है?
स्पेशली बनता है मैम, और कोई ऐसा खाना कि हमारे पास एक्स्ट्रा कभी बन जाता है तो वो भी हम गरीब बच्चों को भेजते हैं. हमारे ओनर भी चाहते हैं कि हम लोग हमेशा गरीब लोगों को अपना खाना दें, क्योंकि हमारा रेस्टोरेंट है, बहुत सारा खाना बनता है हमारा हर दिन, तो उस खाने में से हम थोड़ा निकाल के हम गरीब बच्चों के लिए भी भेजते हैं.
तो आज यहाँ पे क्या बन रहा है?
अभी हम पराठे भेज रहे हैं मैम. आज हम सप्ते में 2 दिन भेजते हैं, आज थर्सडे बृहस्पतिवार को, और एक हम संडे को भेजते हैं.
तो यहाँ पे कितने पराठे आप लोग बना के भेज रहे हैं पैक कर?
50 से 100 पराठे हर दिन भेजते हैं, सप्ते में 2 बार.
So there are some delicious parathas being wrapped here, And let's talk to Tanya about, how they maintain their hygiene and how they ensure that only hygienic and proper food and not stale food is being served. How do you guys manage it, Tanya?
Actually, we schedule a regular visit to the restaurant from where we collect the food. तो वहाँ पर जाकर हम उनके किचन में भी रेगुलरली विजिट करते हैं. वी इंश्योर कि वो जो भी खाना बनाने का प्रोसेस है दैट शुड बी वेरी क्लीन एंड वेरी हाइजेनिक. एंड जो हमारे वर्कर्स होते हैं वहाँ पे हम उनसे भी बात करते हैं एंड वी मेक श्योर कि वो बहुत ही हाइजेनिक वे से सारी चीज़ें कर रहे हों. एंड हम रेगुलर उसको अपने वॉच पे भी रखते हैं. ड्यूरिंग पैकेजिंग एज वेल वी सी कि जो कंटेनर्स हैं दैट शुड बी क्लीन. दोज हु आर पैकेजिंग उनके हैंड्स क्लीन होने चाहिए, सैनिटाइज होने चाहिए. एंड रेगुलरली एवरी वीक लाइक वी जस्ट गो टू देम एंड टेल देम अबाउट द हाइजीन, अबाउट द नीड ऑफ द हाइजीन. तो वैसे हम अपना हाइजीन टोटली मेंटेन करते हैं. एंड ड्यूरिंग द डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एज वेल वी कंटिन्यू इट एंड वी इंश्योर कि हमारे जो खुद के हैंड्स हैं दैट शुड बी सैनिटाइज बिफोर गिविंग द फूड टू देम.
And different foods will need different containers, Tanya. That logistics comes from your side, yeah, cafe is provided. How does that work?
Sometimes cafe clusters, we have some specific places where we have washing dishes and no water for that particular thing. So we just serve the food, and after the drive we ourselves wash the utensils and we put it with ourselves only. मतलब अपने घर पे रख लिया जाकर, और in any very hygienic or good place we store that containers.
Okay, so there's another batch being packed in front of us here, and we will get it packed and we'll head to the Goal Market cluster in Delhi, where this will be served, these yummy parathas will be served to the needy of the national capital. So we are at Delhi's Goal Market cluster, and यहाँ पे food distribution होगा. Tanya, explain to us what's the process like. अभी आप लोग क्या करने वाले हो and why the
लेबर्स हैं, they go to work and they come, but यहाँ पे हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया कि 2 times meals भी उनकी पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाती थी. So we found this place to be very accurate what our idea was. तो यहाँ पर हम every Sunday और weekday जब भी हमें excess food या फिर कहीं से specially cooked food मिलता है, we just go and pick it up. यहाँ पे आके like you can see कि बहुत सारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं यहाँ पर, families हैं, इनको आकर हम distribute कर देते हैं वो food.
So one of the biggest strengths of the Robin Hood Army is the fact that it has a very strong, huge force of young volunteers, students, young professionals. They come out in their free time and volunteer to serve and do something for the needy of their city. Now I have with me some youngsters here who are volunteering in the Robin Hood Army. Let's talk to them about why they're doing it, what they feel about it. Guys, are you studying or are you working?
I am studying. I'm an English literature student in Delhi University.
So you're doing this in your free time. Why did you choose to do this?
I feel very strongly about how there is a gap on the streets, hungry. And I think this is one reason why most of us are here. And this is what we very strongly believe in, that we can be the bridge. We are bridging that gap altogether. We do this and we do not just stop there. I think every time we have a drive done, we just say it's 1% done. Because this is what we'll always be. It's always just 1% done. People are still sleeping hungry.
Yes, it is, of course, the more the better. But like she said, only 1% is done. In terms of percentage, we see a lot of food being wasted. What's the kind of amount of food you see when you guys come out on the ground and volunteer? And the kind of sort of behavioral change that is required for it?
Yeah, so we have a lot of collaboration. We collaborate with a lot of restaurants and hotels, like the Lalit Hotel, for example. You know, a lot of food gets wasted, and there is extra surplus food which are left after an event, or the hotels for sure. So we collaborate with them. We take all the excess food which we have and we distribute it to different clusters we have already identified. So this is one way. The main objective of our Robin Hood Army is to give food to the hungry, and so that no one sleeps go to their bed empty stomach. So this is one of the big initiatives which we are doing.
Right, and we have so much of food wasted in weddings. We have this whole entire buffet spread that we have. Then when we go to restaurants, we are over ordering food. वो हम बचा देते हैं अपने plates में. How do you see that being tackled and that being resolved?
एक्चुअली जो हमारी कंट्री के अंदर फूड का इशू नहीं है, फूड हमारे यहाँ कंट्री में सरप्लस होता है. जैसे 1951 में जो हमारे यहाँ पे फूड प्रोडक्शन होता था वो कम था, लेकिन अभी देखेंगे तो फूड प्रोडक्शन में हम वन ऑफ द टॉप 10 कंट्रीज़ में आते हैं. बट फिर भी क्या है, अफोर्डेबिलिटी का इशू है एक तो, और दूसरा फूड वेस्टेज का इशू है. रेस्टोरेंट्स वगैरह में देखते हैं फूड बहुत ज़्यादा वेस्ट होता है, अफोर्डेबिलिटी का इशूज़ है. तो इस वजह से क्या है कि हम लोगों का कोशिश ये है कि अगर कहीं से कुछ हमें एक्स्ट्रा सरप्लस फूड मिलता है तो उसको जो लोअर स्ट्रेटा है हमारा, जो अफोर्डेबिलिटी के इशू की वजह से और बहुत सारे कंस्ट्रेंट की वजह से उसको फूड नहीं मिल पाता है, वो हम टैकल करें. एक वो इशू है हमारा. और दूसरा, अभी हम लोगों ने RHA के अंदर एकेडमी भी स्टार्ट किया है कि जो बच्चों छोटे छोटे जो बच्चे उनको ट्यूशन्स नहीं मिल पाते हैं, वो स्टडी नहीं कर पाते हैं, तो RHA एकेडमी के अंदर हम वो भी स्टार्ट किए हैं अभी. तो इन सब चीज़ों से हम लोअर स्टेटस से जुड़ने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि जितना हो सके अपने स्तर पर उसको ऊपर ले जा सके.
हंगर और एजुकेशन दो ऐसे इश्यूज और कंसर्न्स हैं और चैलेंजेस हैं हमारे जो बेसिक है, बेसिक राइट्स ऑफ अ ह्यूमन बीइंग. हंगर, फूड, राइट टू फूड एंड एजुकेशन. व्हेन यू गाइस कम ऑन ग्राउंड, what is the kind of problem that you see among young children or women for that matter? There's a lot of problems that they face which probably we don't understand coming from privileged backgrounds.
सो लाइक यहाँ पे जो विमेन है उन लोगों को सैनिटरी पैड्स, मेंस्ट्रुएशन के बारे में पूछते हैं, हम बताते हैं तो उनको लगता है कि ये क्या बात कर रहे हो आप, इतने सामने से कैसे ये सब डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हो. एंड अगर हम किसी बच्चे को बोलते हैं कि आपको पढ़ना चाहिए तो उनको उसी की बारे में नॉलेज नहीं होती है कि पढ़कर क्या होगा, क्योंकि उनके पेरेंट्स कंस्ट्रक्शनल वर्कर्स होते हैं तो उनको भी यही लगता है कि हमें भी यही करना है. बट हम उन्हें बता रहे हैं कि अगर आप कुछ पढ़ोगे तो आप अपने पेरेंट्स को भी आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं अपने साथ साथ, एंड आप खुद भी आगे बढ़ सकते हैं. तो आपके लिए कितनी इम्पॉर्टेंट है ये चीज़ें.
वो ओपननेस मिलती है आपको, वो एक्सेप्टेंस एक गो में मिल जाती है कि हाँ पढ़ाई करनी है.
हमने कैंपेन, अवेयरनेस कैंपेन भी करते हैं, तो मतलब धीरे धीरे करके कुछ आते हैं स्टूडेंट्स जो हमसे बात करते हैं, फिर वो एक दो कर मतलब जैसे कई बच्चों को हमने स्कूल में एडमिशन भी करवाया है. तो फिर ऐसे करके धीरे करके मतलब एक सोच इम्पैक्ट पड़ रहा है.
One step at a time. And one of the most special things about Robin Hood Army is the fact that they're a zero fund organization, a completely volunteer based group. So how does the financing of the whole thing, logistics being planned on ground, बहुत सारे challenges होते हैं. How do you guys manage that?
Okay, so whenever we go and talk about, okay, we need funds or we need the food to be distributed, how do we get it? Minus our collaborations. What we do is, we go and talk to people individually. I went to my college, I told them we were planning this for the Independence Day. We are planning to give stationery, we are planning to give out food. But we do not need money. We need those things. So they give us those things, and it's not just for hotels. If an individual enrolls on our website and they just give us a call that I have surplus food और ये food पहुँचवाना है, one of our volunteers are across India. One of our volunteers go there and they pick up the food and they put it in the cluster. They put it in the cluster, and I think that is how we do it.
And you guys also encourage your friends and family, other youngsters to really come and contribute and do their bit?
I think that it's more of a conscious thing. Some people just enroll. We went to St. Columbus very recently. It's not even like college, it's school. 17 to 18 boys every Sunday turning up to teach kids of very younger than them and very sympathetic. The entire concept of a boys cannot be sympathetic or all of that. It's very, very amusing to see that they sit down and they make it a point to bring goodies from their home. Chocolates लाएंगे, खिलाएंगे, बाबू खा लो, तब पढ़ाएंगे. अच्छा करोगे तो फिर we'll give you chocolates. Study, come here. talked with us. After that, we make it a point to go and play with them.
Yeah, but one of the main aims of the Robin Hood Army was to actually reduce food wastage. That is how it started. How do you see that problem being tackled on ground, and what do you say to people, friends and family, जो प्लेट पे जूठा खाना छोड़ देते हैं, या they're ordering extra food, या शादियों में जहाँ पे we have a lot of food being wasted? How do you tackle that problem? What do you say to people?
Being a Robin is not a one-time job, it's a way of life. तो अगर आप एक बार Robin बन जाते हो, it's in your habit कि आपको खुद भी when you are coming to the clusters and you are seeing कि कितने सारे लोग ऐसे हैं जो deprived of food है, उनको एक बार का खाना भी नहीं मिल रहा है, and then आप घर वापस जाते हो, and if some food is remaining at your plate and you always think कि ये डस्टबिन में नहीं जाना चाहिए, एक पार्ट में वर्ड कि ऐसे भी लोग हैं those who are waiting for this food to come to them, right? तो वो फूड आपसे खुद भी वेस्ट नहीं हो पाता है. तो घर में भी आप रिड्यूस कर देते हो क्वांटिटी बनाने की. फर्स्ट तो कि कितना कुक करना है, यू बिकम वेरी कॉन्शियस कि उससे ज़्यादा मैं कुक नहीं करना है. सेकेंड थिंग, हमें रीयूज़ करना है. अगर फूड बच भी रहा है तो इंस्टेड ऑफ गिविंग इट लाइक वेस्टिंग इट, आप ट्राई करते हो कि इसको हम कैसे रीयूज़ कर सकते हैं इन वेरियस डिशेज. एंड उसके बाद भी अगर बच रहा है, यू जस्ट थिंक कि हाँ चलो रोड पे भी हम जहाँ पर भी रहते हैं, इंडिया इज़ फुल ऑफ सच पीपल्स जहाँ पे रोड साइड में भी हमें लोग ऐसे बहुत आराम से मिल जाते हैं. दोज डू लाइक दे डोंट हैव फूड टू ईट. तो जस्ट गो लाइक आप टहलने जाते हो आफ्टर द फूड, राइट? तो जाओ टहलो, जस्ट टेक द फूड विद योरसेल्फ, और जो भी रास्ते मिल रहा है यू कैन जस्ट गिव इट टू देम, राइट? तो ऐसे.
Did you guys have any challenge during COVID pandemic? तब बहुत restrictions थी. What are the kind of problems you faced then?
Yeah, that was a very upside down moment for us, but that was the time when we rose, क्योंकि वो ऐसा टाइम था जो सच में रॉबिन्स की ज़रूरत थी ऑन द ग्राउंड, राइट? मतलब लोगों के पास खाना नहीं था, बेसिक एम्यूनिटीज़ नहीं थी. सो व्हाट वी डिड उस टाइम पर भी, लेकिन ऐसा था कि खाना बच रहा था इन अ वेरी मच प्लेसेस. तो वी जस्ट गो एंड हमने ऐसी चीज़ें फिगर आउट करी, ऐसी प्लेसेस फिगर आउट करी जहाँ पे ऑलरेडी कुक मील्स हो रही हैं, लाइक पीजीज़. यहाँ पे दिस इज़ दिल्ली, राइट? बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पे बाहर से आते हैं पढ़ने, तो वहाँ पर ऑलरेडी फूड बन रहे थे, बट बच्चे नहीं थे उनको कंज्यूम करने के लिए. तो हमने वहाँ पर जाके उनसे कांटेक्ट किया. वहाँ से जो भी सरप्लस फूड होता था वो हम विद ऑल द जितने भी बेसिक क्वारंटाइन चीज़ें उनको फॉलो करके, नॉर्म्स को फॉलो करके, ग्लव्स पहनते थे, मास्क लगाते थे, एंड देन वी यूज्ड टू गो एंड सर्व फूड. पेशेंट्स अंदर हॉस्पिटल में थे एंड दे वर आउटसाइड, दे वर नॉट हैविंग एनी फूड टू ईट, तो हम जाकर उनको सर्व कर देते थे उस टाइम.
मेरे साथ एक्चुअली यहाँ पे बच्चे भी हैं जिन्होंने अभी रॉबिन्स का दिया हुआ, सर्व किया हुआ खाना खाया है. आपका नाम क्या है?
रजनी.
रजनी, आपने खाना खाया अभी?
हाँ.
क्या खाया?
दाल चावल.
अच्छा लगा? और यहाँ पे दीदी भैया आते हैं, खाना देते हैं, पढ़ाते भी हैं, अच्छा लगता है आपको?
हाँ.
और जब आप बड़े होगे तब आपको दीदी भैया की तरह पढ़ाई करके बनना है कुछ?
हाँ, बनना है.
क्या बनना है?
वकील.
अरे वकील, वाह वाह वाह. किस चीज़ का, क्या करोगे वकील बन के आप?
अदालत में जाएंगे.
Okay, so we have a budding lawyer here. She wants to be a lawyer. We also have somebody who is a dancer and he dances to Allu Arjun's Pushpa. His name is Govind. Govind, आपने खाना खाया?
Yes.
क्या खाया आपने?
पराठे 3.
पराठे 3? पेट भरा अच्छे से?
हाँ.
आपको क्या बड़े होके बनना है?
मेरे को बनना है डॉक्टर.
डॉक्टर ही क्यों बनना है? अच्छा, तो मम्मी पापा का इलाज करने के लिए डॉक्टर बनना है, और अल्लू अर्जुन की तरह डांसर और एक्टर भी बनना है?
हाँ.
एक थोड़ा सा चलो करके दिखा दो पुष्पा पे, वो जो आप डायलॉग बोलते हो पुष्पा का.
पुष्पा राज में आज झुकेगा नहीं साला.
So that was yes, we can have that applause for Govind, for our budding actor here. But so that is the kind of smile and the kind of happiness that you see among all these kids and people living in these cluster areas when Robin Hood Army comes and helps them through hunger, through education, and that's the kind of contribution that we need, not just for youngsters but from everybody in the country when it comes to serving the country, when it comes to helping those in need. This is it in Y Factor this time. We'll come up with something interesting again next time, but till then, we'll take your leave. Bye-bye.
Get in-depth analysis of the important news of the day. Spotlight on day's newsmakers. Expert comments to dissect the news. Get the finer points of the matter. Watch Dateline 5 p.m. on weekdays on DD India.
I'm a traveler. I love traveling, crossing borders, mountains and oceans. During my first expedition, I had the most difficult time paddling across, not because the terrain was hilly, but because the hills were barren. And that was how I decided, right there and then, that I had to do something to protect the environment around me. I pick trash in my town for 72 hours every year with my teammates and young people. And this idea has evolved into forming the Project 72 Hours. We paint the town red and blue and yellow and green. I have been traveling on my bamboo bicycle to around 40 countries across the world. In my small way, I go out to the world with my own message of giving a little love to our planet Earth and taking good care of her. My name is Chevitio Solo and this is my solo ride.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to Midday Prime. This is the show which brings you up to speed with all that is going on in the country and the world up till the middle of the day. I'm Gautam Roy, and in this particular edition of Midday Prime, we're getting you the latest of that is going on in the UK, with the Liz Truss being in trouble once again over her economic policies. Apart from what's happening in Ukraine, there have been some kamikaze drone attacks over there and in other parts of the world as well. But first, the big news of the hour. Is it over for UK PM Liz Truss? Well, speculation grows over her future as many British newspapers headline her increasingly precarious position within the party. One newspaper reports that some lawmakers have held secret discussions on replacing Truss with a new leader. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurates PM Kisan Samman Sammelan 2022, launches PM Bharatiya Jan Urvarak Pariyojana, says under One Nation One Fertilizer scheme, farmers will be provided with cheaper and good quality fertilizer. Several explosions heard in Ukrainian capital this morning. President's chief of staff says Kyiv attacked using kamikaze drones. Russian and Ukrainian forces engage in heavy fighting around in two towns in Ukraine's eastern Donbas region. Oil prices expected to remain volatile as production cuts by OPEC Plus will tighten supplies ahead of EU embargo on Russian oil. OPEC Plus members line up to endorse output cut by 2 million barrels per day. Europe remains on the edge as soaring inflation forces people to hit the streets. Protesters march in Paris against rising prices. Several French unions announced a national day of strikes on Tuesday. Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi blames the US for inciting destruction, terror, riots and chaos in Iran and around the world. Raisi's statement comes after Biden expresses support for nationwide protests. The protests continue to rock the country. All right, let's begin with the big news of the hour. Well, in office for barely 40 days, Liz Truss's stay at 10 Downing Street could turn out to be the shortest ever for any British Prime Minister. Her newly appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer, Jeremy Hunt, is expected to make a which have been in turmoil ever since Truss's ex-Exchequer, Kwasi Kwarteng, announced major unfunded tax cuts, then made a U-turn, only to be sacked by the co-author of that very plan, his Prime Minister. Truss's grip on the PM's chair is tenuous at best. It's just a question of how long can she survive the onslaught of a rebellion growing in her party. Britain's new Finance Minister Jeremy Hunt has reiterated that Prime Minister Liz Truss remains in charge after the original economic plans triggered a bond market rout. Investors have sold British government bonds heavily since the 23rd of September when Hunt's predecessor as Finance Minister, Kwasi Kwarteng, announced a string of that the party should replace her after a tumultuous start to her term in office. Asked about calls to replace Truss, he said his constituents wanted stability and that the last thing the public wanted was another protracted leadership campaign.
Look, the Prime Minister's in charge. More political instability at the top, another protracted leadership campaign. I think that's the last thing that people really want to happen. The second thing I'd say is that when it comes to a general election, when the public give their verdict on this government, they will judge us much more on what happens in the next 18 months than what's happened in the last 18 days.
But the rumblings coming out of the political corridors say otherwise. The mood in the Conservative Party is bleak and gloomy after weeks of market turmoil and political chaos at the helm. British newspaper headlines Monday morning say it all. Liz Truss is facing a certain coup by her own party colleagues after her disastrous economic package backfired. The UK PM is fighting for survival as Tory rebel MPs warn that the game is up. Some of the press headlines also hint at a behind-the-door meetings of MPs who want to see her gone. Now the question on everyone's mind in the UK is, how long can Liz Truss survive at Downing Street? Public calls by party MPs for Truss to be sacked have only gained support in recent days. Opinion poll ratings are dire for Truss and her ruling Conservatives amid market turmoil. Some say it's a matter of days, while others are ready to give her time till the next year. The new Chancellor of the Exchequer, Jeremy Hunt, will hold talks this week with Conservative backbenchers about the tough decision he says he'll have to take in the next fortnight. Everything is on the table after the government's plan was effectively shredded over the weekend. Many of her own lawmakers are asking not if, but how trust should be removed. Hunt is Britain's fourth Chancellor of the Exchequer in as many months. Opposition Labour Party leader Keir Starmer said on Saturday that all the Conservatives had left are excuses. The current 1922 committee rules save Truss from facing a confidence vote for a year. But the names doing the rounds in UK press are Ben Wallace, Rishi Sunak, Penny Mordaunt, Jeremy Hunt and Grant Shapps as a replacement. The situation in the market is extremely fluid, and that at Westminster is not very encouraging either. The next few days are going to be crucial for Truss, the Tories and the markets in the UK. Bureau Report, DD India.
Let's just that she is now. Let's just turn to our video wall over here, and we're calling them Liz Truss's follies. Well, on the 23rd of September, Liz Truss announced corporation tax cuts worth about £18 billion. Now, Truss's then Finance Minister or Chancellor of the Exchequer, Kwasi Kwarteng, had also planned to cancel proposed increase in corporation tax. Now, this increase in corporation tax was from 19 to 25%, and it was scheduled to come in April next year. Now, Kwarteng's mini budget in total was expected to provide relief worth £43 billion, and it was completely unfunded. Now, these tax cuts were planned to shake the economy out of a slowdown. But what happened? Well, the mini budget caused complete chaos in UK markets. Returns on government bonds soared higher, and insurance products started demanding huge amounts of cash. Now, costs for borrowing and mortgage also skyrocketed. The Bank of England had to step in, and it had to start emergency bond buying to shore up gilt. These are bonds only, gilt-exposed pension funds. Now, rising economic and political pressure led to Truss planning a U-turn on the mini budget. 2nd of October, Truss sealed a major U-turn on her central plank of tax cuts. She, in fact, withdrew the policy which had abolished top tax rates for the wealthiest in the UK. Now, this U-turn triggered a market turmoil which sparked off rebellions within her own party. On the 14th of October, Truss sacked her Chancellor of the Exchequer, Kwasi Kwarteng, making him effectively the fall guy. Now, Truss sacked Kwarteng in a bid to calm the markets. And on the 15th of October, Truss appointed Jeremy Hunt as her new Chancellor of the Exchequer, and he has quite a lot on his plate now. On that note, let me bring in Vivek Mishra, Fellow of the Observer Research Foundation, to talk about what can we expect next. Vivek, it does look like Liz Truss has almost backed herself into a corner. She's trying to find some accommodation for herself, but it is proving to be quite difficult.
That she has had in terms of economy and in terms of the democratic setup in the UK has been really troublesome. And to a large extent, her policies and the expectations that she has set out in her agenda is also responsible for that. Like you highlighted just before this, that there have been several U-turns that she's taken, but particularly the one on economy has been really detrimental to her career. And now it is being increasingly expected that she'll be replaced anytime this week by somebody else, because there are two propositions doing the round. One is, of course, Rishi Sunak replacing her. The other is a joint leadership, which will be on a shared basis between Penny Mordaunt and Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak. So we will see how that pans. But the only bright light, or the end of the light at the end of the tunnel for Liz Truss right now, is Graham Brady, who is sort of resisting, the head of the Conservative Party, who is resisting the push from the other members of the Tory community to replace Liz Truss. Now, increasingly, you know that because of the policies, there have been over 100 resolutions or letters given to the head of the Conservative Party that they do not have trust in Liz Truss. And therefore, she's like you pointed out, she's increasingly in a corner, in a political corner, where things are not looking very bright for her.
Yes, but what is the path? I mean, if she has to be removed, how can that really be done? Because it also says that the 1922 committee rules, according to that, she cannot, a no confidence motion cannot be moved against her for a whole year. She's just been around for barely 40 days.
Yes, I think there are several legislative benefits in the 1922 committee which prevent her from immediately being ousted. But I think if at the end of the day, there is also a certain degree of flexibility in the UK system where they can prepone certain elections, where they can prepone certain, removal of the Prime Minister. So there are certain loopholes through which the Tory members, the Tories MPs, will try to replace her. And there is an important meeting on Wednesday and tonight. Both meetings will be critical in shaping the future for Liz Truss because if the majority of the support and the MPs sort of stand against her, then the head of the Conservative Party will have to take a decision.
Right. And even before that, what Jeremy Hunt does in terms of his statement, and then of course when he addresses the Commons, that could also buy her some time?
Yes, actually, the reason is the reason Kwasi Kwarteng was sacked is because of the economic measures that he brought in, and Liz Truss actually thought that by replacing him with Jeremy Hunt, there will be certain degree of support that she will gather, but that till now hasn't materialized. That expectation hasn't come true. So I think she will allow certain degree of flexibility, and she has spoken with Graham Brady on this, that she must be allowed certain window of time where the effectiveness of Jeremy Hunt's policies and the announcements must be tested rather than taking a step to remove the Prime Minister itself.
The other thing, of course, is who would mount this sort of a crown full of thorns at this juncture when more or less it's being said that by next year the Tories are going to be out of power. Why would anyone want that on their record? I mean, look at what Penny Mordaunt is saying. She doesn't want a soap opera. Even Rishi Sunak perhaps will now be hesitant, reluctant to take on the responsibility that might be thrust upon him.
It's not a legacy that even you and I would want to wear, actually. But because, if you look at Britain's economy, polity, it's in a terrible state. The actual growth of Britain has been just over 1% for the past 2 or 3 years, if I'm correct. Now,
it's been stagnant if you look at a decade or so.
The growth itself has been, has sort of marred the economy in a very bad way to bring Britain to this situation. Now, consider the time when Liz Truss actually takes office. The monarchy is disturbed by, there's a new king there. The Queen died. And then there is the economy, the pound and the sterling has been hitting just like any other country because of the global inflation and various other reasons. The pound sterling actually hit the record low vis-a-vis the dollar. Now, all of that setting against the political backdrop of a turmoil within the Conservative Party. And this has been happening since 2021. If you actually look the planning against Boris Johnson, and then the resignation of Boris Johnson, and then taking over by Liz Truss, and then, of course, the instability within because of Truss, because of the inability of Truss. But you also have to be fair to leaders like Liz Truss to be able to give that time. But politics doesn't really play a fair game in the sense that there will be other leaders who will be able, who will find more support within the party and will be willing to take this mantle on. And I think Rishi Sunak is the one. Whether he'll be able to sort of solve the issues of Britain, well, I'm skeptical, as should the world be, because like you pointed out, there is an election in the coming year. But in Britain, I marked the flexibility bit. They have the flexibility to move the election up. Whether Rishi Sunak will do that in Britain, all of those questions remain to be answered. But certainly, it's not a very comfortable place to be in right now.
Right. And do you see a scenario where Liz Truss could somehow hold on and drag it to the next election? Because one thing that perhaps stands in her favor is that she's been able to remain quite supple as far as political position is concerned. She was she was in the Remain camp earlier, and then she became a Brexiteer, and she could similarly she's already made a U-turn on her economic standpoint, the major standpoint for which she ran for this post and she got it, and she could be making further adjustments as we speak.
Absolutely, and she's trying every minute. As you see, there is an important meeting. She's reaching out to the so-called backbenchers of the Conservative Party, who have actually, and many of whom have submitted the letter of no confidence to Brady Graham. So I think she's trying to convince them that give me some time. This is a particularly bad situation. It's a legacy that I have inherited, and it's not really entirely created by me or my party. So she will ask for a window and negotiate. I think this conversation she's already had with Brady Graham, because he's the one who's sort of resisting the removal in its entirety of the Prime Minister. So I think she is trying every minute. But the global situation will also have to be helpful. You know, on her first day, she has committed this help to Ukraine. Where will the money come from?
Yes.
And if it comes from the perception in the UK is that it's going out of taxes of people at a time when it shouldn't, at a critical time in Britain's own economy. So I think all those questions about external help, about especially in Ukraine, promising more than you can deliver, are questions that are haunting, that have come back to haunt her. While politically it sounds great that UK stands by Ukraine's side, but at what cost? And you see a similar situation in the US. The President Biden is running against the midterm elections in November, and he has promised Ukraine too much. But there is a likelihood that he will lose the majority in the Senate. And after that, these bills that he's getting passed in the Congress for Ukraine will not be passed. And therefore, he is trying to send as much support before the midterm elections than after. And I think much of that similarity exists with the UK.
And as far as the Labour Party is concerned, they must be watching, must be very happy to watch from the sidelines this sort of an unravelling of really the Conservative camp after being in opposition for so many years, so many terms really.
Absolutely, there was a meeting. There was a high political meeting by the Labour Party, and they assembled. And if you go through the tenets, if you go through the minutes of the meeting, it was actually a meeting where they were laughing at the opposition, and they were simply calling them inept and not being able to hold the economy in the right stead. So I think there is a significant degree of confidence in the Labour Party for the upcoming elections, simply by the virtue of the fact that the Tories have actually bungled in the sense of holding the office of the Prime Minister. So I think there is a great degree of confidence that has come up simply because of the failures of the Conservative Party in the Labour Party.
Now, the survival of the Conservatives in power, Liz Truss in power, largely depends on whether she can somehow salvage the current economic situation for the UK, and that path is pretty much now clear in terms of how you need to cut back spending. But whether she has that that sort of leverage to do it, that sort of leeway to do it, is another huge question. I mean, how can you cut spending at such a time when the economy is already slowing down? If you cut government spending, people are not spending already, industry is beaten down, you go into that downwards spiral of recession.
Absolutely. The problem of inflation has hit the UK, has hit transatlantic relations, also the whole Atlantic region. It has hit the UK, where common lives have been from groceries, from buying groceries to plane tickets to everything. The inflationary costs are going to swing public opinion in one way or the other. So anybody who promises to do better on economy, and that's why you see Liz Truss pitching the whole economy drive into politics so forcefully. But whether they will deliver is a question. Now, whether she can have a political support to be able to increase spending is a question, is a big question. And I think like you pointed out, public spending will have to be increased when taxes are cut, and that is one of our propositions, tax cuts. But that doesn't seem to work out at the moment, and I think for anybody who is in our shoes, it's going to be pretty difficult to sort of go that way.
Certainly, and U-turn in itself should have meant ideally one would quit, but she hasn't done that. So she thinks that she might have an ace up her sleeve, which we'll have to wait and see if the British public agrees to or not. Thanks a lot for joining us for the moment, Vivek. All right, now let's move on to our developing story at the moment. Well, the cost of living crisis figures prominently there as well. In France, thousands of people converged on streets of Paris demanding better wages, greater taxation of windfall profits and controlled inflation. Leader of hard left party La France Insoumise, Jean-Luc Mélenchon, marched alongside this year's Nobel Prize winner for literature Annie Ernaux. Several French unions have announced National Day of Strike to be observed on Tuesday. The four unions also called the protests to help protect the right to strike after the government ordered the requisitioning of some oil refinery workers, a move seen by unions as a violation of their constitutional rights. The demonstration dovetails with wage strikes at fuel refineries and depots that have sparked chronic gasoline shortages, and it's put Emmanuel Macron's centrist government on the defensive. Skyrocketing gas and electricity prices. The protesters demanded for a cut in bills, pay rises and greater social benefits to shield households from the impact of high energy prices. High energy prices triggered by the war in Ukraine have piled pressure on governments across Europe to cushion the blow of mounting energy costs for consumers and businesses. The European Union, which previously turned to Russia for about 40% of its gas needs, is now seeking to wean itself off Russian energy following Russia's war with Ukraine since February. And all this is coming at a time as OPEC Plus member states have lined up on Sunday to endorse the steep production cut agreed this month after the White House, stepping up a war of words with Saudi Arabia, accused Riyadh of coercing some other nations into foreign earnings and suggested it had been engineered for political reasons by Saudi Arabia, which on Sunday denied it was supporting Moscow in its invasion of Ukraine. Saudi King Salman bin Abdul Aziz said the kingdom was working hard to support stability and balance in oil markets, including by establishing and maintaining the agreement of the OPEC Plus alliance. The kingdom's defense minister and King Salman's son, Prince Khalid bin Salman, also said that the 5th of October decision to reduce output by 2 million barrels per day, taken despite oil markets being tight, was unanimous and based on economic factors. Oil inventories in major economies are at lower levels than when OPEC had cut output in the past. Some analysts have said recent volatility in crude markets could be remedied by a cut that would help attract investors to an underperforming market. Time now to move on to National Prime. Okay, at home then, Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the two-day event PM Kisan Samman Sammelan 2022 at the Indian Agricultural Research Institute in New Delhi. More than 1 crore farmers from various institutions attended the event virtually. The Sammelan also witnessed participation of researchers, policymakers and other stakeholders. The event brought together more than 13,500 farmers from across the country and around 1,500 agri startups. The PM also inaugurated the Agri Startup Conclave and Exhibition. About 300 startups will showcase their innovation related to precision farming, post-harvest and value-added solutions, allied agriculture, waste to wealth, mechanization for small farmers, supply chain management, agri-logistics, among others. Prime Minister Modi inaugurated 600 Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samruddhi Kendras under the Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers. Under this scheme, the fertilizer retail shops in the country will be converted into PMKSKs in a phased manner. PMKSKs will cater to a wide variety of needs of farmers and provide agri inputs. Farmers provide information regarding various government schemes and ensure regular capacity building of retailers at block and district level outlets. More than 3.3 lakh retail fertilizer shops are planned to be converted into PMKSKs. And during the event, Prime Minister Modi also launched Indian Edge, an e-magazine on fertilizers. Now, this magazine will provide information on domestic and international fertilizer scenarios, including recent developments, price trend analysis, availability and consumption, success stories of farmers, among others. Now, voting for the Congress presidential elections is currently underway. The polling process that began around 10 in the morning will end at 4 in the evening. Results are likely to be declared on the 19th of October. The fate of the Congress party will be decided by over 9,000 Pradesh Congress Committee delegates who comprise the Electoral College for electing the party's chief. Senior party leaders Mallikarjun Kharge and Shashi Tharoor are the only two candidates in the fray. This will be the sixth time in its nearly 137-year-old history that an electoral contest would decide who would take up the mantle of the party's president. Okay, let me take you back to an update that we got you a little earlier. This is all about the PMK's case. Well, during the event, the PM launched Bharat Brand, which will be one single brand all over the country for fertilizers. All subsidized fertilizers will be sold under Bharat Brand. This has been launched under the One Nation One Fertilizer program to make it easier for farmers who found it difficult to choose between fertilizer brands.
पहले 100 थे 100, आज 3000 से ज्यादा स्टार्टअप खेती में टेक्नोलॉजी पे काम कर रहे हैं। ये स्टार्टअप, ये इनोवेटिव युवा, ये भारत की टैलेंट, भारतीय कृषि का, भारत की ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था का भविष्य नए सिरे से लिख रही है। लागत से लेकर ट्रांसपोर्टेशन तक की हर समस्या का समाधान हमारे स्टार्टअप्स के पास है। अब देखिए, किसान ड्रोन से ही किसान का जीवन कितना आसान होने वाला है। मिट्टी कैसी है, मिट्टी को कौन सी खाद चाहिए, कितनी सिंचाई चाहिए, बीमारी कौन सी है, दवाई कौन सी चाहिए, इसका अनुमान ड्रोन लगा सकता है और आपको सही।
It's time to get you all the updates from the worlds of business and economy. For all the business and economy updates, we've got Tanvi with us. Go ahead, Tanvi, take it away.
Thank you, Gautam. We'll start Business Prime with news of the Asian stock markets first. Key Asian share markets mostly gained on Monday following another drubbing for Wall Street as investors braced for a further drastic tightening in the global financial conditions with all the risks of recession that brings. Concerns about financial stability added to the corrosive mix with all eyes on UK bonds now that the Bank of England's emergency buying spree is over. So Japan's Nikkei N225 index shed 1.2%. Chinese blue chips dipped 0.4% ahead of GDP data due on Tuesday. But China's Shanghai Composite Index had advanced 0.4%. South Korea's Kospi was up 0.3%. And Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index had added 0.5%. Back home, after a weak opening, the domestic stock markets gained good ground in afternoon deals on Monday. So the Sensex at the BSE had advanced 456 points or 0.8% to 58,376 in afternoon deals a short while ago. The Nifty at the National Stock Exchange had climbed 126 points or 0.7% to 17,311. In the broader market, the BSE mid-cap and small-cap indices had moved up 0.2% each. Among the sectoral indices, financials, power and auto were the top gainers. And now let's talk about China's economy. China's state bank stepped up their intervention to defend a weakening yuan on Monday. The 6 major commercial banks in China released over 9.53 trillion yuan, that is about 1.4 trillion US dollars of new loans in the first 3 quarters of this year, supporting the development of the real economy in a more precise and efficient way. The selling seemed to be aimed at stabilizing the yuan, with the swaps helping procure dollars as well as anchoring the price of yuan in forwards, said the sources who have direct knowledge of market trades. The yuan is down 11.6% versus the dollar this year. It was trading around 7.1980 per dollar on Monday. China has employed similar playback moves in 2018 and in 2019 as well. And sterling rose against the dollar on Monday after new UK Finance Minister Jeremy Hunt announced that he would deliver parts of his medium-term fiscal plan later in the session regarding fast-tracking tax and spending measures in an attempt to calm the markets. The pound gained 0.42% to $1.12 after Truss said that Britain's corporation tax will rise 25% from April next year instead of keeping it at 19% as part of her government's initial mini-budget. The news also pushed down the cost of government borrowing. The interest rate or yield on UK government bonds fell, suggesting financial markets are welcoming the prospect of changes to economic plans. And in currency market, the dollar remains the king as investors price in US rates peaking around 5%. The US dollar continues to dominate the currency markets and it shot up to decadal high levels. The dollar index is a measure of the value of the US dollar relative to a basket of foreign currencies. These are the euro, Swiss franc, Japanese yen, Canadian dollar, British pound and so on. Earlier, US President Joe Biden had dismissed the risks of a strong US dollar and instead blamed anemic growth and policy missteps in other parts of the world for dragging down the global economy. This was in contrast with top leaders from other countries who have increasingly voiced concerns about how the rising greenback is fueling inflation in their own economies. And now let's talk about the global energy market. Global crude oil prices rose on Monday after China rolled over liquidity measures to help its pandemic-hit economy, igniting hopes for a better fuel demand outlook from the world's top crude importer. So Brent crude rose 81 cents to $92.44 a barrel, recovering from a 6.4% fall last week. US crude was at $86.33 a barrel, up 72 cents after a 7.6% decline last week. Looking ahead, oil prices are expected to remain volatile as production cuts by OPEC Plus will tighten supplies ahead of the European Union embargo on Russian oil, while a strong US dollar and further interest rate increases from the US Federal Reserve limit price gains. So that's it from the world of business. Back to you, Gautam.
Thanks a lot, Tanvi. And now we have some more global updates for you. Let's now get you an update on what's really happening as far as that war between Russia and Ukraine is concerned. Well, in terms of the latest updates, first what's happening is there is the news that is coming in from the Ukrainian capital, where Kyiv came under attack from Russian drones this morning, with several blasts being reported in the city's central district. According to reports, head of the Ukrainian President's staff, Andriy Yermak, said the attacks were carried out with so-called suicide or kamikaze drones. The same district was hit by explosions a week ago as Russia ordered the biggest aerial offensive against Ukrainian cities in retaliation to a blast on a bridge linking mainland Russia to Crimea, the peninsula Russia annexed from Ukraine in 2014. Ukraine has reported a spate of Russian attacks with Iranian-made Shahed 136 drones in recent weeks. Iran denies supplying the drones to Russia, while the Kremlin has not commented. Earlier, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in his nightly video address on Sunday said that heavy fighting is going on around 2 towns in Donbas region, Soledar and Bakhmut. The town of Bakhmut has been the next target of Russia's armed forces in their slow advance through the Donetsk region since taking the key industrial towns of Lysychansk and Severodonetsk in June and July. Soledar lies just to the north of Bakhmut.
The situation on the front line has not changed significantly over the last day. The key hotspots in Donbass are Soledar and Bakhmut. Very heavy fighting is going on there. The invaders threw everyone they could against our forces, including 2,000 criminals. They are among the mercenaries there, and these are prisoners with long prison terms for serious crimes. They are kept at the front not only by offering money, but also by the promise of amnesty.
And in his evening address, Zelensky also encouraged Ukrainians to reduce their electricity consumption. He further said that people should reduce electricity consumption from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m.
As a result of the Russian terror attack in some cities and districts of Ukraine, we have to limit the supply of electricity in order to ensure the stable operation of the entire system. But such stabilization outages can be avoided if all of us in Ukraine can consciously treat our consumption during the peak hours. This is a small thing for the everyday life of each person, but very important within the entire system of Ukraine. We have to reduce our electricity consumption from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. This is a move that together with others will ensure the defeat of Russian terrorist plans.
Meanwhile, people in a settlement near Kupiansk in northeast Ukraine have been facing food and electricity shortage. While some recaptured towns have partly been reconnected to the electricity grid as exiled local authorities have returned, not every village has had the same luck. The Ukrainian army retook Kupiansk in mid-September in a lightning counter-offensive and continues to push further east into the Luhansk region. The Ukrainian armed forces have now been providing canned goods, bread and fruits to residents near Kupiansk. In Belarus, the Defense Ministry in Minsk has announced that almost 9,000 Russian troops will be stationed in the country as part of a regional grouping of forces to protect its borders. Meanwhile, the first Russian soldiers to take part in the new joint force will have arrived in Belarus. The soldiers were welcomed, in fact, by women wearing traditional costumes and handing out bread and salt, which is a traditional greeting. Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko last week claimed Ukraine was plotting to attack his country and announced a joint force with Moscow. Lukashenko accused Poland, Lithuania and Ukraine of training Belarusian radicals to carry out sabotage, terrorist attacks and to organize a military mutiny in his country. And in turn, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accused Russia of trying to directly draw Belarus into this war at a G7 meeting on the 12th of October as well. Zelensky called for an international observers mission to be placed on the Ukraine-Belarus border. Meanwhile, clutching empty plastic bottles, residents in the south Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv stood in line for drinking water on Sunday as authorities struggled to supply drinking water to local homes. Access to water has been sporadic for several months. Russian forces blew up a water pipeline in Keselivka, east of Mykolaiv, several months ago, and then since that time, access to water has been disrupted in the city. The water being delivered to local residents on Sunday came from a well at a local tram depot. Since Russia's 24th of February attack on Ukraine, Kyiv has repeatedly accused Russia of targeting attacks on infrastructure and agriculture in an effort to provoke a global food crisis and pressure the West. Elsewhere, as violent protests continue to grip Iran, Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi has blamed the US for inciting destruction, terror, riots and chaos in his country. Protests sparked off by the death of a 22-year-old woman, Mahsa Amini, in the custody of the morality police continue to rock Iran. The demonstrations have turned into one of the boldest challenges to Iran's clerical rulers since the 1979 revolution, with protesters calling for the downfall of the Islamic Republic, even if the unrest does not seem close to toppling the system.
Majority of destruction, terror, riots and chaos in the region and the world. It affirms our belief and the world's belief that Americans are angered, upset by our every innovation, every happiness or good that happens to Iran.
Again, in Iran, state television aired a video showing that calm had returned after fire at Tehran's Evin prison. At least 8 prisoners were killed while over 60 were injured in the fire. Iranian judiciary informed that 4 injured were in critical condition and those killed had died of smoke inhalation. Meanwhile, Iranian protesters demonstrating against the death of Mahsa Amini marched against traffic towards Tehran's Evin prison in support of inmates after the deadly fire broke out. The protesters were seen walking amongst traffic along roads leading to the prison, some lighting fires and chanting death to Khamenei. The blaze erupted on Saturday at the prison where many of Iran's political and dual national detainees are held. South Korea's troops kicked off their annual Hoguk defense drills today, designed to boost their ability to respond to North Korea's nuclear and missile threats amid simmering tension over both sides' military activities. The drills, due to end on Saturday, are the latest in a series of military exercises by South Korea in recent weeks, including joint activities with the United States and Japan. The latest field training came as North Korea has been carrying out weapons tests at an unprecedented pace this year, firing a short-range ballistic missile and hundreds of artillery rounds near the heavily armed inter-Korean border on Friday. Pyongyang has angrily reacted to South Korean and joint military activities, calling them provocations and threatening countermeasures. Seoul says its exercises are regular and defense-oriented. In Brazil, presidential candidates Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva and President Jair Bolsonaro took part in the first televised presidential debate ahead of the runoff election on the 30th of this month. According to a recent poll by Datafolha, Brazilian leftist leader Lula is leading right-wing Bolsonaro with 49% of voter support against the incumbent's 44% ahead of the runoff vote. Bolsonaro needs to gain 6 million additional votes to win this election, while Lula needs 1.2 million to get elected in what would be a third term for the former president who served from 2003 to 2010.
You talk so much about the poor, and I want to make it very clear. During the year of 2020, when the people were forced to stay at home, not by my decision, but by many governors of your party, they were going to die of hunger. Only in emergency aid in 2020, we spent the equivalent of 15 years of Bolsa Familia.
You know, I am a candidate with the perspective to rebuild this country, get this country back to normality and make the instructions work correctly. I want Congress to legislate and not just pass a budget. Let the government govern and let the judiciary play its role. But what is more important is that the poorest people become citizens again.
Now let's get to some weather-related updates as well. Well, first up from Australia, where thousands of people returned to their homes and businesses this morning to assess flood damage, even as evacuation warnings remained in inland regions of the southeast, and authorities warned of more rain ahead, which could trigger renewed flooding. Major flood warnings are in place across many regions despite little rainfall over the weekend, with many swollen rivers only expected to reach peak flood levels this week. The Weather Bureau forecast another wild weather system that could bring rains up to 50 millimeters across some flood-hit regions. Large parts of Victoria State, southern New South Wales and the northern regions of the island state of Tasmania were slammed by an intense weather system last week, with some taking more than a month's worth of rain. In the Philippines, tropical storm Nisat that made landfall early on Sunday in the northern region has intensified into a typhoon, bringing moderate to heavy rains that submerged villages and farmlands. According to the Disaster Monitoring Agency, nearly 1,000 people were preemptively evacuated to safer ground. The Weather Bureau predicted that Typhoon Nisat may further intensify while moving towards the South China Sea. Meanwhile, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. in a tweet said that the government assistance was on the way to the affected communities. The famed Iguazu waterfalls in the border between Argentina and Brazil have registered 10 times their usual water volume after heavy rains. Authorities said closing one of the site's main tourist walkways for safety reasons. Spokesperson for Iguazu National Park, Wemerson Augusto, said the flow through the massive waterfall system reached 14.5 million litres per second, far above the usual 1.5 million per second. Meanwhile, the high water level led officials to close the Devil's Throat. This is a walkway, but they were reopening on the weekend as heavy rains in the Brazilian state of Paraná have caused high water levels. Hydroelectric dams have opened their floodgates to relieve the water load and prevent flooding. The massive flooding of the river comes after a severe drought which emptied the Iguacu River course, whereas the water volume was the highest registered at the falls since June 2014, when the flow hit 47 billion litres per second. In London, climate activists promised to carry out protests every day in October. Members of the group Just Stop Oil blocked Park Lane and painted an Aston Martin showroom orange with spray paint. Just Stop Oil has been holding protests for the last 2 weeks in the British capital, including throwing soup at a Vincent van Gogh painting in the National Gallery in a bid to stop government approval of new oil and gas projects. Meanwhile, Home Secretary said on Twitter that she planned to bring forward a public order bill that will give police stronger powers to deal with protesters causing serious disruption. Under the plan, the government would be able to apply for legal injunctions to outlaw such protests ahead of time and make it easier for police to protect essential goods, services and infrastructure. Whereas Just Stop Oil has stepped up its campaign since the new UK government of Prime Minister Liz Truss vowed to allow new drilling for offshore fossil fuels to counter the surge in energy prices triggered by Russia's war in Ukraine. And it's time now to get you all the latest from different sporting arenas as well. And with all the sporting updates, we've got Deepika with us. Go ahead, Deepika.
Thanks and good afternoon, Gautam. Let's quickly take a look at all that is buzzing in the world of sports. To start with cricket, India defeated Australia by 6 runs in the warm-up match between the sides at the Gabba, Brisbane on Monday at the ongoing T20 Cricket World Cup warm-up matches. KL Rahul and Suryakumar Yadav smashed half-centuries as India piled a stiff 186 for a loss of 7 wickets in the warm-up match. KL Rahul scored 57 runs off 33 balls and Suryakumar Yadav hit 50 of 33 as Team India scored 186 for 7 in 20 overs. On the other hand, Rohit Sharma scored 15 while Virat Kohli managed to score 19. Hardik Pandya was dismissed on 2 and Dinesh Karthik scored 20. And for Australia, Aaron Finch and Mitch Marsh got Australia to a strong start in the run chase where Finch scored 76 runs. And Kane Richardson was the pick of the bowlers as he scalped 4 wickets and conceded only 30 runs. In FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup, hosts India will play its last match against Brazil today. India is already out of contention to qualify for the knockout stage after facing defeat earlier from USA and Morocco by 0-8 and 0-3. While India conceded 3 goals in the second half to suffer humiliating 0-3 defeat to Morocco in their second Group A match and crash out of the tournament. After their back-to-back defeats, India's head coach Thomas Denobi concluded that the team is not up to the mark technically. And now he wants his girls to be more confident with the ball while building the attacks when they play Brazil in their final group stage match. And in English Premier League, Liverpool defeated Manchester City by 1-0 on Sunday. Mohamed Salah won the battle of the forwards at Anfield, scoring a second-half winner on a day when Erling Haaland's incredible goal-scoring streak came to an end. Haaland had scored in each of his last 10 games in all competitions. And in La Liga, Real Madrid won the first El Clasico of the season, defeating their rival Barcelona by 3-1 to move 3 points ahead of them in the league standings. The rivals had entered the match tied on points, with Barcelona ahead on goal difference. And that's all from the world of sports. Back to you, Gautam.
Thank you, Deepika. All right, now let's get to the lighter side of hard news, which is Life Prime. But after a break of 2 years due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the International Symphonic Music Cultural Festival has returned with its 12th edition in Algeria. The event is an annual institution organized by the Ministry of Culture and Arts of Algiers. The event is aimed at making Algiers a promotion space for symphonic music on a national and international level. Orchestra groups from 14 nations including Germany, Japan, France, Denmark, Egypt, Italy, Russia and Sudan are participating in the event. The festival will continue to the 20th of this month. And in South Korea's Seoul, the Vietnam Cultural Festival 2022 has opened on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries. In addition to promoting culture, the festival aims to launch activities to promote cultural travel to Vietnam after COVID-19, thereby restoring this potential tourism market. At least 10 Vietnamese stalls promoted popular aspects of Vietnamese culture to attendees. Vietnam has taken the initiative to reconnect cultural and tourism activities between the two countries. Vietnam also hopes that South Korea will support cultural development through technology platforms. Now, amid huge outcry over soaring energy crisis across the world, an Egyptian teacher took a step to save fuel and resort to energy-friendly mode of transportation. The 51-year-old teacher, Ali Al-Said, may not be driving the latest model of cars, but instead he has turned his 1985 Fiat 127 gas-powered car into an electric one, as he couldn't afford rising cost of fuel. Now it costs him only 10 Egyptian pounds to power the car's battery for 100 kilometers. Over the past few years, Egypt has phased out subsidies on most fuel products as part of an IMF-backed economic reforms package. In July, Egypt further raised domestic fuel prices by 0.5 Egyptian pounds for 80 octane and 92 octane petrol, adding more pressure on inflation. So that's what innovation is all about as well, looking for solutions to problems that we face in everyday lives, and so heartening to see that happen in Egypt as well. We're doing a lot of that in India too. That's all we have for a moment in this edition of Midday Prime, but for all the latest, keep watching Leading India.
Turning crisis into opportunity, transforming ideas into action, stories of real change, tales of sustainable solution.
This series is going to tell stories of such change makers.
Watch Change Makers on DD India.
I'm a traveler. I love traveling, crossing borders, mountains and oceans. During my first expedition, I had the most difficult time paddling across, not because the terrain was hilly, but because the hills were barren. And that was how I decided, right there and then, that I had to do something to protect the environment around me. I pick trash in my town for 72 hours every year with my teammates and young people. And this idea has evolved into forming the Project 72 Hours. We paint the town red and blue and yellow and green. I have been traveling on my bamboo bicycle to around 40 countries across the world. In my small way, I go out to the world with my own message of giving a little love to our planet Earth and taking good care of her. My name is Shevitio Solo, and this is my solo ride.
Hello and welcome to the program Cinema Icon, a program where we bring to you the personalities from the world of cinema, and today we have a very special guest. Yes, you've been meeting the actors from the film industry, the dancers from the film industry, the choreographers on this show, but today we have a writer on this show, a writer who has won National Film Award for her book The Longest Kiss, a book which is on Devika Rani's life, the actress of the golden era of Bollywood. And she is none other than Kishwar Desai.
सिनेमा पर सर्वश्रेष्ठ लेखन के लिए स्वर्ण कमल की विजेता हैं अंग्रेजी पुस्तक द लॉन्गेस्ट किस की लेखिका श्रीमती कीश्वर देसाई। पुरस्कार ग्रहण करने के लिए मंच पर है श्रीमती कीश्वर देसाई। कीश्वर देसाई जी ग्रहण कर रही हैं स्वर्ण कमल। जोरदार तालियां।
Kishwar ji, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Lovely to be here.
And congratulations for the National Film Award. Did you ever expect it?
Never. I'm just very, very thrilled for two reasons. One is that, of course, I had also worked very hard on the book for almost 10 years.
Wow.
But the second reason, and more important, is that I wanted the recognition to be given to Devika Rani's life as she was, because people only knew her as, star of the silver screen, but they did not know what her real life and her experiences were. And that is what this book brings out. And that's why I'm really honored and I'm thrilled to get this award, and very grateful to the government for giving it to me.
So this book brings recognition for Devika Rani's life, for herself, as well as recognition for you, I must say. But what is it that inspired you to think about the life of Devika Rani, to write a book on her life?
Yeah, I think the main inspiration came from the fact that when I visited the National Film Archives about 10-12 years ago, I realized that there wasn't anything really written about her that I could find. I had gone there while I was working on another book called Darling Ji, which is about Nargis and Sunil Dutt, and I wanted to know a little bit more about the contemporaries of Nargis, and also at the time when her mother Jadan Bai was in cinema, who were the people, who were the women particularly, whom one could write about, because I always like to give a kind of a comparison, what was happening in cinema at that time. So I discovered there was very, very little about Devika Rani, despite the fact that each and every magazine I picked up from that period said she was the most beautiful woman on screen, but there was nothing written about her. I couldn't find any books, I couldn't find any material, any archival material apart from these magazines. And because she was reigning the silver screen in the 1930s and 40s, not very many people were around who knew her. So this was a real challenge, and I love challenges.
Yes.
So I also thought that she was such a great actress. She and her husband had made some most amazing films from Bombay Talkies, and we needed to know more about her.
Yes.
And that's where the journey began.
All right. So, as you've said yourself, that not much was written about her during those magazines, magazines of those times and all that. But still, when you wrote this book, you must have found something from which you could validate the facts that you've stated in the book?
Yes. Well, it wasn't easy because to begin with, as I said, I went all over the place. I went to Bombay, I went to Bangalore, I went to Calcutta, because I was initially looking at the family because she's the great-grandniece of Rabindranath Tagore, and her husband Himanshu Rai was also Bengali, came from also a very illustrious family. So I wanted to find out whether anybody had any papers, any knowledge, any letters, any photographs, but mujhe kuch nahi mila. It was a very, very difficult journey. And so whilst I was on my travels, I realized I stumbled, you can say, upon a whole archive of her letters. And then I came across a whole bunch of the meetings, the material, the meetings that took place in Bombay Talkies. And so these and other documents as well, the script that she wrote for the first film Karma, the contract that she signed with her husband, at that time he was not the husband, Himanshu Rai, and so just to hold the original contract in my hand, which went back something like, you can say, 70 years, and nobody had seen it.
But was it preserved in some library or something?
It was preserved, but it was in not really in the sense that anybody could access it. So I think one day I'll write a book about how I found those documents. That's another novel. Another novel, how I came across them, because it was very tough. There was nothing available in the country. You won't believe, when I went to Bangalore, I went to Tataguni Estate, where she and her second husband, Svetoslav Rorik, lived towards the end of her life, and it was deserted. There was nothing there. Then I went to the police station because there was a case which had been, when she died in very tragic circumstances, So there were several court cases and several cases which are going on. So I went to the police station where I looked through the files to see what exactly had happened to her. How did she die? What happened? So these were the things that I was doing, And then when I found all these other papers, her letters which she had written to her husband Svetoslav Rorik, some of them, and she used to write them late at night. I cannot tell you how beautiful those letters are. Wow. Gorgeously written, and she would write 20 pages, 30 pages. He would write 30 pages back to her. So I had to sit and read all this, and I came across the most amazing information in her own words, how she grew up in England, what happened to her there, how she came to India, what happened to her in India, everything that took place in Bombay Talkies. Then I could compare. It was like a jigsaw puzzle. I had 4,000 documents to go through.
Imagine.
And I have to thank COVID for the fact that I could finish the book, because during COVID, nobody was coming, nobody was going. So I had 2 suitcases full of notes. I could spread them all over the house and just put them together. Okay, so this happened and then this happened. I found amazing letters from Madan Mohan, Yeah, because he was a young boy trying to get into, sort of composing music.
This is the chapter of the industry where we are just not aware of. We know Madan Mohan, Dilip Kumar, Ashok Kumar, but from the era when they were the successful actors, they were ruling the Bollywood actually. But you touched that era when they were nobody. And then they made their life out of it.
And Bombay Talkies was at the center of it. She and her husband, when they came and they set up this studio called Bombay Talkies, they took Bombay by storm. A studio like this had never been set up because they brought with them professionals. They brought with them German professionals who were technicians, sound recorders, camera people. The main director was a German who didn't understand a word of Hindi, but he managed to direct the films and made some very, very successful films. And apart from that, like Achut Kanya, for example, he directed. He was a German who directed without understanding anything that he was doing, a word of it. Yes. But he was a cinematic guy, so he could follow. Similarly, they brought British technicians. So theirs was the most professional studio that was running in Bombay at that time. And they built a whole little city around the studio where they began to house everybody. So people like Manto, people like Ashok Kumar, they were all living on the premises of Bombay Talkies, and they were all on a salary. So a lot of them learnt the art and craft of cinema from Bombay Talkies, from Devika Rani. She was amazing. She used to do the costumes. She had learnt her makeup from Marlene Dietrich in In Germany, she knew how to write scripts, so she could direct. She knew how to dance. She'd made herself learn. So she used to, in her spare time, she would teach the newcomers how to dance. She could sing. Oh my God. She had a beautiful voice.
What a versatile actress.
Yeah. So in her first few films, she sings her own songs. So it was like a multi-dimensional personality.
I think there has to be a movie now to be made on Devika Rani.
Well, I'm very lucky because the rights of this book have already been sold to a major studio. I can't say which one.
So we can expect a movie in the forthcoming years now.
Absolutely. The story needs to be told.
Yes,
she was quite
important unseen aspects of her life also, which the audience should know.
I think one of the saddest things which I found out, which was when I was reading her letters, and I must say it was very, very shocking for me to learn this, that she was a victim of domestic abuse. Her husband, Himanshu Rai, who is a very, very well-known personality, an excellent director, producer, actor. But unfortunately, he seemed to be either on the edge of a nervous breakdown, or it was the stress of producing films, of raising money, whatever, we don't know. But he was violent towards her, which she documents in her letters. So this was indeed something very sad, but you know what, at that time when I was reading it, I was saying this is why this story becomes even more important. But because it is very significant for us to know that even the most powerful, even the most gorgeous women undergo this. But what she did was interesting. Her reason for not going public with it, one is that she wanted to set herself up as an independent woman who could stand on her own feet. She thought of herself as a businesswoman. She thought of herself as a professional. She didn't think of herself as a housewife. That was all secondary to her. So she wanted to prove. So she made a pact with God. She told, and it's all written in her letters, and she says, I made a pact with God that I told God, help me to get through this difficult moment, and I will tolerate everything that is done to me, all the scars I will bear, everything that happens to me, I will go through it, but just give me one good reward at the end of it, and I will go through whatever you make me. And she considered that the fact that she could triumph and come to the top of Bombay Talkies after her husband's death, and then of course marry her husband, second husband, Sviatoslav Roerich, and lead a very wonderful life at the end of it. She considered that as her reward. But at the same time, she was very helpful to other women. And this is also documented, how much she tried to help, because it was a very exploitative industry at that time. So any woman, any young woman who needed her help, Devika was there to quietly help and support that person. Even if she was being exploited, she would be there to support. So she was quite an amazing person in her own way. Yes.
You've been talking about Sviatoslav's letters as well. You've documented Devika's letters in this book. Do you also have access to his letters, and do we find another book being written on his letters now?
Well, I don't know whether I could do only his letters, but certainly I was thinking that the love letters, what they exchanged between each other, because it's like, questions and answers, they're discussing many things about their future life and things like that. That could make a very good book. But Sviatoslav is a very interesting character. And yes, he deserves a book in his own right. And maybe I will write it one day. You've given me a great idea now.
But tell me one thing, Kishwarji, because you were a journalist in the earlier years, then you entered TV industry, and then you turned into a writer. You started writing with very serious issues of gang rape, of surrogacy, abortion, and things like that, and even female feticide. But then you turned towards writing, you started writing novels, and then you also started writing about the cinema personalities. For example, you wrote a book, Darling Cheon, Sunil Dutt and Nargis.
Yes.
How did that come around? Because first the serious issues and then turning towards cinema.
Yeah.
Was there any trigger point there?
Yes, I think the credit for that I have to give to my husband, because he is very fond of Bollywood. Even though he lives abroad, he knows all the Hindi film songs. I mean, you can just ask him any song and he'll start singing it from a particular period, from the 40s, 50s and 60s, not after that. So that is his, something that he loves, and he was writing a book on Dilip Kumar when we met.
And you're talking about Lord Meghnad Desai.
Yes, Meghna Desai, my husband. And at that time, he had suggested that why don't we do a book on Nargis, because he felt that she was a very powerful person. We met Sunil Dutt ji at that time, a wonderful human being. And he said, yes, you must do this book, because he said, people don't know my wife. I mean, she was such an amazing personality. I will tell you many things about her, and you must write this book. So we were very thrilled about that, but unfortunately, shortly after that, he passed away. And then one day we got a call from the children, that's Sunil Dutt and Nargis ji's children, Priya and Namrata. They had called us and they said, we found a cupboard which my dad used to keep locked all the time.
Okay.
And inside, we always used to think his cupboard there must be some very valuable things which I kept there, because he never used to let us open it, never let us come near it, nothing. So they said we opened it and we've discovered a whole lot of letters and diaries, and we don't quite know what to do with it. So you wanted to do a book on my mother and maybe my father, our father, so why didn't you come and take a look at it? So then we went and we spent days and days going through the letters, the photographs, this, that. So it was quite amazing, it was quite an amazing journey to discover so many things. And that's how Darling Ji got written, because we found that there was such a deep love and affection, and exactly like I found with Devika, is that so much was not known about their relationship, so much was not known. But in that case, because the couple, Sunil Dutt ji just died a few years ago, so there were people who knew him. So I did 50 hours of recordings, with people who knew. So I went crazy writing that book, because I had to then transcribe that recording, and because I wanted to be authentic.
Yes.
Coming from the backgrounds that we do, like, if you've been a journalist, you do your fact checking all the time. I don't want
and
to
it's
write.
important, especially when you're writing a book.
A biography. If you're writing a biography. When I was doing my novels, I could go from anywhere to anywhere. It doesn't matter.
Right.
But when you're writing a biography, you have to stick to the facts. And even if it took me a long time, to corroborate.
How long did it take for Darling Ji?
No, Darling Ji was written actually quite quickly, because I had worked very hard for a whole year in Bombay. As I said, it was easier because I could get access to the notes and diaries, letters, and we did long interviews.
You had material ready, you had to only segregate it.
We did interviews with the children, with Namita, with Priya, with Sanju. We managed to get all the information we needed for the book.
Right.
So I needed to collate it. So the writing took about 6 months, but the research took about a year. So it was much easier in that sense.
But when you compare it with The Longest Kiss, how long did this book take?
As I said, it took me 10 years. It was like to just collect the material. It was, and at the end of it, I had really overdone it, because as I said, I had 2 suitcases full of material, which was like such a lot of stuff to go through and then to collate, because sometimes I had only, say, the minutes of the meetings from Bombay Talkies. Then I had to find out, okay, this meeting was, attended by XYZ. Then I need to, cross-check.
Right.
Where was Devika at that time? What was she doing? Which film was being made? What are they discussing?
Put the links
those kind of put all the, it's like joining the dots, which is very exciting. But what I am really relieved about is that this book will be very useful for a lot of people who want to understand that period, because there is a lot of information about how the studios were set up, how the people operated at that time, what were the difficulties that they encountered, what was the status of women. A lot of things are there. It's a very layered book.
But after this book was released, and now that you've got National Film Award for this book, what reactions are you getting from the film industry?
Very good. I mean, I've already had about 3 phone calls from people who want to make films, so make a film on it. From pretty well-known people are calling up. But the rights have already been taken, as I said, by a studio, and we'll have to see what they do with it, and whether they make it into a film or a television series, I don't know. But there is enough material for them to do both if they want to, because there's quite a lot of stuff in there.
You've been telling us that how you stumbled upon so many material from different sources, for that matter. You must have got a lot of other material. What other things are you planning to do now in the forthcoming years? I mean, with all the information that you've received, Is there anything which you're planning to do? Any plans in your mind about how to use the different aspects? Because see, once you come across these unseen aspects of the film personalities, there's no end to what you can do with it.
Yeah.
So, are there any ideas in your mind about your future projects?
Regarding either Devika or,
No,
or
any projects for that
any
matter.
project, yeah. So basically, I think for me, it's very important. As you know, I've written a book on Jallianwala Bagh,
Yes.
which is like completely different to the book which I've written now on Devika. So Jallianwala Bagh again was inspired by the facts. Because when we were working on the Partition Museum in Amritsar, we discovered that there was a lot of things, that people don't know about what had happened at Jallianwala Bagh before and after. And again, it was all the evidence that I came across. I came across photographs, articles, all of that is in this book. And I was horrified that for Jallianwala Bagh, we have like 2 paragraphs in our history books which do not do justice to what exactly transpired at that time. Similarly with the partition, I discovered that there was so much material, which is why we set up the Partition Museum in Amritsar.
Right.
So these things are also what I'm now working towards, either making it accessible through maybe through film, because there are so many stories associated with both Jallianwala Bagh and the partition which people do not know about. And I'm now talking not about fantasies, I'm talking about
Yes, of
real life stories of what people were going through. So I think those things also need to be, if I ever want to do a film, which could be the next step. I've also written plays. So I'm very, very keen to do a play definitely on Jallianwala Bagh. I've already done one on Devika Rani, which has done very well. Yeah, but I want to explore telling the unseen stories. So I'm working on another biography also.
Okay.
Not a film personality, but a political personality.
Okay.
And so again, an unknown, her name also comes in all the history books, but nobody knows anything about her. And who she really was is what it makes me feel good if I can contribute in that way.
Kishwarji, you've written books on very serious topics,
Yeah.
and now if I take a look at your books, I find that you've been writing biographies.
Yeah.
Series of biographies in a way you've
Yeah.
written and you plan to write, as you've conveyed to us. Is there any film personality whom you think this is one personality on whom I want to write a biography on?
Not anyone immediately. I can't think of anyone immediately. As I said, my next book is probably going to be a political biography. But what I do believe needs to be documented are all the stories about women in cinema. And you mentioned Asha Parekh ji,
Right.
and I was just thinking that it would be so delightful to have a biography of hers, for example, So whilst these people are alive,
right.
they must do it, because for me it was so difficult to piece the narrative of Devika Rani. But if we could get an Asha Parekh ji to talk, and it could be even the interview that you do or whatever, if these could be turned into books for people to learn from. And let's take cinema seriously. I don't know why we are so that cinema is non-serious. I think for
That's
too
what
long.
brings me to my
Yeah.
next question,
Yeah.
actually, because
Yeah.
you've been dealing with, talking to so many people from cinema, from this industry, and those who know the industry well also know that behind the scene there's a whole lot of crew which is working, making one film success, and that's where our responsibility as the audience, as the viewers, comes into the picture. Now, what I want to know from you is that out of your experience of the industry, what do you feel? How do you put it into words when you see the lives, the personal lives of these film personalities?
Yeah, so when I was doing, for example, the book on Nargis, it was for me heartbreaking to look at the circumstances under which the women of that period, even the men, but the women more, because they used to have all that makeup and the lights were so harsh. Many of them, as you know, died young, because they could not. Madhubala died young, Meena Kumari also, they suffered a lot, both from the patriarchy and also from just the circumstances. Now, where you and I are sitting, these are cool lights, and the makeup is good, you know, we can look after ourselves, but they could not, because that was the industry. So when I was looking at the trajectory of a Nargis, and I realized that she died so young, it could have been some of those problems must have started when she was much younger, in those harsh lights. Sometimes there were not, you know, there would be no food, no, you know, how they would be shooting. It wasn't like, you know, you have these fancy vans and you have these makeup people and things like that. They were actually, they had very tough lives. And many of them were like the sole supporters of their family.
Very right.
So they could not even have a personal life. And that happened with Nargis, that happened with Madhubala, that they were forced to work, you know, for their families and to earn, you know, the money and support everybody. So this was a very, very tough career. And for them to break out of it and say, we want to get married and we want to settle down, which all the actresses today can do, they could not. They did not have the luxury. So these are things which, you know, they have gone through, and I think we need to appreciate and document it.
Very important point
very
you've
important.
raised here.
Yes,
Indeed.
Yeah.
And this also, this can also bring to the fore the disparity in the industry, which even now, though it's reduced now, but disparity in how the industry treats actors and actresses.
The
This
women,
disparity has always been there,
Yeah.
but perhaps it was much more during those times. You must have come across these facts
It was
as
a
well.
very, very patriarchal society, and that is why somebody like Devika Rani for me is a real heroine, because she not only managed to outwit the men all the time, and it is very strange. You look at her films, maybe the role she's playing is of a housewife or of a, but she is the central character. As I mentioned earlier, that her husband decided that he had to cast very sort of namby-pamby men in front of her, because he did not want her to fall in love or whatever. So the heroes in the films in which Devika Rani acted in were never as great or as overpowering as she was. In fact, she was the central character of each of her films. She didn't do too many films, she did only about 14 films, but in each of that she was the central character of the film, but which was very rare. And as we see, as we go down the line, yes, you're right, it becomes more and more male-centric. And even today, a lot of the times the women are just, you know, arm candy. It doesn't matter who the heroine is at times, you know, she's just a pretty face, and that's all you need. And it's a hero who gets, in fact, gets paid
genre
more.
now, actually. You do have films where women are the very strong characters.
Now it is changing.
And women are able to also, you know, take the success of the film on their shoulders.
Yes, yes.
So we do,
Things
it's a
are
different
changing.
era now.
Yeah,
But yes,
for a long
90
time.
years ago, the era that was then, it was very challenging in all respects. But your book, The Longest Kiss, brings to the fore the kind of effort and the kind of personality Devika Rani was, and that's why she was also
Very
being
strong.
called the first lady of cinema.
And she got the first Dada Saheb Phalke Award, you know,
yes.
I mean, that was a big deal in those days, because this was when she was in retirement practically. It was given to her in the 60s, I think, and by which time she had been, you know, she'd been away from Indian cinema for a long time. But she was never forgotten, because the gracefulness, the fact that she managed to rise to the top, and she managed to continue working, as I said, even after her husband dies, she plays a heroine. Despite the fact that she's a widow, she's still acting on screen. So I think she was a very unusual personality, and somebody who can give a lot of hope to young women who feel that they cannot reach the top, because she didn't have anybody to support her. And she
Yet
managed to
she
reach that.
became what she was.
Yeah.
And your book, The Longest Kiss, this is a salute to
Yeah.
Devika Rani and her life as a part of the Indian cinema. Thank you so much, Kishwarji, for giving us this book and also for being on this show, Cinema Icon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful talking to you.
Thanks. So this was Kishwar Desai with us, the winner of National Film Award for her book, The Longest Kiss. That's all in Cinema Icon today. Thanks for watching. Namaskar.
Get in-depth analysis of the important news of the day. Spotlight on day's newsmakers. Expert comments to dissect the news. Get the finer points of the matter. Watch Dateline 5 p.m. on weekdays on DD India.
I'm a traveler. I love traveling, crossing borders, mountains and oceans. During my first expedition, I had the most difficult time paddling across, not because the terrain was hilly, but because the hills were barren. And that was how I decided, right there and then, that I had to do something to protect the environment around me. I pick trash in my town for 72 hours every year with my teammates and young people. And this idea has evolved into forming the Project 72 Hours. We paint a town red and blue and yellow and green. I have been traveling on my bamboo bicycle to around 40 countries across the world. In my small way, I go out to the world with my own message of giving a little love to our planet Earth and taking good care of her. My name is Shevitio Solo, and this is my solo ride.
In the previous episode, Solo visited Arunachal Pradesh and met two people working to conserve the environment. He drew inspiration from them as he listened to their stories.
For this episode, I'm moving to Meghalaya. As I paddle to the state, I'm taken aback by how beautiful their landscape is. I'll first head to Mawlynnong, claimed to be the cleanest village in Asia. So this morning I'm here in Mawlynnong, where the local proudly says that this is God's own garden. And it's also known as the cleanest village in Asia.
When it's can stack and you can see through the fog, I'll be the last nav in your bed.
I'll explore the village, why it is the cleanest village, how do they maintain this consistency throughout this years after years of keeping up the cleanest village title. Philip is the village secretary. I want to learn a few things about this beautiful place.
Yeah, this village, Mawlynnong, is a very old village, more than 250 years old also.
Wow.
Village is around 95 households. Cleanliness is the habit or tradition of people since long time ago.
Wow.
So 15 years before there was no road connection like this. So in the year 2004, this road came. And then people started to come to this village. And then through the Discovery Magazine of India, as they reach here, they found that this village is very special. This village is unique when they compare with other villages. So they found that this village is very clean. So they declare this village as the cleanest village.
फर्स्ट टाइम आया क्या यहाँ
हाँ
पे?
फर्स्ट टाइम आए
और कैसा लगता है
यहाँ ऐसा गांव हमें कहीं दिखने को ही नहीं मिला
इंडिया पे
इंडिया में और हम तो हिंदुस्तान के लोगों से कहना चाहते हैं कि हर गांव को इस गांव से प्रेरणा लेनी चाहिए और हर गांव ऐसा होना चाहिए, हर सिटी इतनी सुंदर होना चाहिए।
Now that there are so many tourists here in this village, I'm sure it comes with a lot of trash as well. So how do you manage those trash?
In every corner of the village, we have the dustbin, bamboo dustbin. So tourists, they should dispose there in the dustbin, especially for the plastics. We are very aware about plastics. So they segregate. And then for the plastic, there's one collector every day, morning time and evening time. Once in a month, we send them to the municipal Shillong.
Regarding the biodegradable waste?
Yeah, biodegradable waste, that every household, they dig the compost pit.
Oh, so every household has compost pit?
Yes. Cleanliness is very tough. So without cooperation each other, we cannot reach to the goal, because only 1 or 2 persons will not get to the point.
No way, yeah.
So here people, once we advise or organize any cleaning drive, even the small kids also, they participate in that cleaning drive. So as I told you, that is a habit or tradition of people to make clean. And then once in a week we conduct a social walk also.
Once a week?
Yeah, in Saturday. In the Saturday.
For how many hours?
It's 2 hours like that.
The whole village?
Yeah, just to pick up if any plastics there or any papers, no.
So right now I'm here in Sky View Point. It's with a Bangladesh view. So it's one of the highlights of All In Long village. And let's go and explore this place. Let's go and see how it looks like. I'm climbing up the bamboo stairs. It's very indigenous, and I'm going up to the viewpoint and see how Bangladesh looks like from India. From here we can have a view of Bangladesh, and it's really exciting. I mean, like for me, it was so exciting to come up and have a view, and I think it's all because of these visa issues and like the borders that creates a wall between the two nations. So, like at least to have a view, it's like quite fulfilling,
Turning crisis into opportunity, transforming ideas into action, stories of real change, tales of sustainable solution.
This series is going to tell stories of such change makers.
Watch Changemakers on DD India.
Your window to rising India. India's voice on global platforms. Latest news from India and around the world. In-depth analysis of global headlines. Watch DD India in your country. Available for downlink in all Southeast Asian countries. STTV broadcast is available through the satellite GSAT 17 at 93.5 degrees east. HDTV broadcast is available through the satellite GSAT 10 at 83 degrees east. For technical details, scan here. Switch to DD India now.
So while exploring the village, I've been told by the locals to go and visit this living root bridge, and everyone has been telling me that. So I got curious and I wanted to know more about it, so I Googled it, and it's written here, they are handmade from the aerial roots of rubber fig trees. So I'm on my way to explore that place and see how it's gonna be. These small tiny souvenir shops around the corner, it reminds me of Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, and I also got myself a souvenir from this place. So the distance between the living root bridge and the place where people park their car, it's about 450 meters. Today I visited the cleanest village in Asia. Back at home, me and my team, we focus on cleanliness and waste segregation, and the topic is really close for our team, and especially visiting that village itself, like how the community, the whole community is participating, and I was really impressed with how they keep it up, like especially the consistency. So it shows that the community itself, like, it's very strong, and I wish them the best of luck, and I hope it'll continue to keep up that title even in the years to come. And I hope even the other villages, the town and cities would also cope up with them as well, and then try to keep their environment clean and more green. While doing my research before taking on this journey, I read that the state has a majority of forest cover, and it is a wonderful feeling to cycle through this forest. These forests are also linked with mystical religious belief, and I'm curious to know more about it in my next stop in Moplang.
There was a time, I suppose, when all the noises bothered me, but the circumstances differed now to a point to where were we? Might be therefore maybe blind, frankly I can tell. All I know is when I shout at you, I can't get you, I can't get you, I can't. Why you
I'm in Maflang, and it's about 25 kilometers away from Shillong. And today I'm gonna explore this sacred forest, and I have a guide who is gonna take me inside the forest, and then he will unreveal the mystery of this forest. So I'm so looking forward to meeting my guide, and we're gonna explore this place. I'm finally here with Arnold, my guide for today. Arnold, nice to meet you, and thank you so much.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah.
So this is a sacred forest. So if I translate it into English, into Khasi, it means Lao Kintang.
Lao Kintang.
Lao Kintang. Lao means forest,
Uh-huh.
and Kintang means sacred.
Sacred.
Mhm.
Wow. All right, then let's go and see the sacred forest.
Yeah, sure. Come, I'll take you guys.
Yeah.
This forest is more than 600 to 800 years old, but till date is still considered preserved and untouched through the local practice of the local community of this particular kingdom, let's say. If you find any edible fruit, you can consume it inside the forest. Fresh water you can have it inside the forest, but you're not allowed to take it back with you.
The principle of this sacred place, you know, grove. It's just amazing.
We consider it as a curse to take anything from inside the sacred forest. Everything which is here, it goes naturally. We don't plan anything extra.
Oh, whatever is there, it's there.
It's there.
All right.
So when it comes to these sacred forests, they are used more as a ritual spot for conducting ritual, and
by the king.
Yes, by the king. We actually believe that if there's a king in any particular kingdom, that king should always have a sacred forest. We have more than 165 sacred forests in all of Meghalaya.
Oh, the entire of Meghalaya state.
Yeah. So the reason that he need a sacred forest is actually he need in times of major incidents like plague epidemic, he would be conducting ritual inside the forest for the betterment of the society as a whole. So about this forest also, it's around 76.8 hectare, being divided into 3 partitions. First partition, it's used by the first ruling clan, which is called Laiterkang, where they used to conduct the ritual. But when it comes to the time where they have to re-elect another new clan, after after they have found a new ruling clan, which is the Lingdor Mafun clan, they also search for a second ritual place, which is this place. This is called Pepandi.
Like the place where we are right now.
Yes.
And the third one, it's.
The third one is somewhere this side. So it's called Lao Nong Kandri.
And do people still practice the rituals even today?
If it's required, yes, we still do. But like I've told you, we only conduct major ritual inside the forest. So it doesn't have to be like annually, only in times of need.
Your window to rising India. India's voice on global platforms. Latest news from India and around the world. In-depth analysis of global headlines. Watch DD India in your country. Available for downlink in Central Asian countries. STTV broadcast is available through the satellite GSAT 17 at 93.5 degrees east. HDTV broadcast is available through the satellite GSAT 10 at 83 degrees east. For technical details, scan here. Switch to DD India now.
As you mentioned that one cannot take out anything out of this forest, right? So not even a piece of log like this, right?
No, not even a piece of leaf also.
Oh, okay. And what about the preservation of wildlife here? Are there any such occasions where like they come inside and
hunt animals which are here? We have given a strict rule that nothing harm should be there in the forest and also the wildlife which are here. So most of the people are not having the guts or to do any such thing in polluting the entire area.
Especially the local community. And what kind of wildlife animal one can find it here?
Like fox, jackals, clouded leopard, monkeys, squirrels, flying squirrels. We have the deer, and we also have some like the civet cat which are here. And also there are some of the species of animals which are locally, let's say, indigenous also. Okay.
And is this the secret, the place where they do the sacrifice?
Yes, it is.
The rituals?
True. So when it comes to the animal sacrifice, we also consider that only one specific animal allowed to be done for the sacrifices inside the forest. That is only with a pure reddish brown bull. No other animal are allowed for conducting animal sacrifice, only that pure reddish brown bull itself.
There is a monolith behind us. So what does it signify?
So this is actually used more as a landmark. Like I told you earlier, it was not, we don't have our own script. So this it's used as a landmark to symbolize people that this is an animal sacrificing spot. Because we consider this as the most sacred part in the entire forest. This is more like the heart of the entire forest. So we were interested to erect monolith. It's more like a landmark to show that we have something which is important in this particular point.
I mean, I could really connect to the movie, The Avatar.
Yes,
if
true.
you have seen it, you know, like it's all about the indigenous, the nature, connecting with the nature. And now you're speaking about this heart of the forest, especially the ritual place, you know, and then the heartbeat. You know, I could fully, you know, sense that, you know, this forest is alive and it's breathing. You know.
Yes, true. True.
Yeah. If you're thirsty, you can drink the water. And if you're hungry, you can pluck any fruit and eat. But you cannot take it out again. You should leave behind if you cannot finish it, or you cannot take anything extra with you. Just put it back, as I found it.
So ahead, I'll be showing you a coronation place, place where we crown king. So this is only done by the Lingdorp Mountain clan, the current ruling clan.
Oh, right.
So this just like stone, where a king, a newly elected king will be sitting in the middle, let's say in the middle stone, and the other 12 ministers will be on the sideways.
I wish more communities in the future, or even in the present day, would start to take care of our indigenous things that we have and keep preserving them. And because at the end of the day, this will identify us.
Yeah,
this
true,
is
true.
our identity.
True.
The experience in Meghalaya, to be precise, Moplang, it was different. We never heard of all these sacred forests or sacred place, people doing rituals. It's something that you don't hear it about it from the young people anymore. But in Moplang village, especially Arnold and all, just young chap, and he knows so much about the history of the culture, the tradition. And in that particular village, people still have the mentality that we should preserve the culture, we shouldn't take back from the nature, instead we should give back. So it was a great lesson for me, and yeah, I wish I could go back and with my friends so that we can learn much more in the future.
In the next episode, Solo visits Mizoram, where he meets forest conservationists and finds out their story about dedication and compassion.
चलता है। कल उसके बैंक अकाउंट में 15,000 रुपए का फ्रॉड हुआ है, पता है?
इसको तो कोई टेंशन ही नहीं होती है, देखना। टेंशन क्यों? मेरी कोई गलती ही नहीं थी। फिर भी फ्रॉड होने पर मैंने तुरंत बैंक को इन्फॉर्म कर दिया। आरबीआई कहता है अगर आपके अकाउंट से किसी ने धोखे से पैसे निकाले हैं तो बैंक को जल्द से जल्द इन्फॉर्म कीजिए। 3 दिन के अंदर इन्फॉर्म किया तो कोई नुकसान नहीं होगा। जितना लेट करोगे उतना ज्यादा नुकसान। और सुन, सब चलता नहीं है, प्रॉपर चलाना पड़ता है। आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Traditional medicine is widely used and increasingly relevant in the world today. Yet, it has been around for millennia. At a time when we were more in balance with our environment and in harmony with nature, we began looking into its healing powers to cure our aches and pains and discover our own remedies. Our understanding of traditional practices began to grow. Now over 80% of the world's population use traditional medicine. It's also the foundation for many modern medicines and practices. Some 40% of the approved pharmaceutical products in use today come from natural substances like tree barks and plant roots. So why don't national health strategies fully take all this into account? To answer these and other questions, we welcome the World Health Organization's new Global Center for Traditional Medicine. A bold new vision that starts in Jamnagar, Gujarat in India, but has a truly global reach. A center to support evidence and data.
Sports Buzz with me, Deepika. Your daily half-an-hour window that brings you all that is making headlines in the world of sports. Well, today in the next half an hour, we'll bring you news and updates from the ongoing T20 Cricket World Cup warm-up matches, Indian women's last dance at the ongoing season of FIFA Under-17 tournament, what's buzzing in the English Premier League, and a lot more. First up, let's quickly begin with top headlines of the hour. T20 Cricket World Cup's warm-up match, India dramatically beat Australia by 6 runs at the Gabba. KL Rahul and Suryakumar Yadav smashed half-centuries for India. For Australia, Kane Richardson was the pick of the bowlers as he scalped 4 wickets. In FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup, hosts India will play its last group match against Brazil today. Team India will look forward to a respectable victory as the women's side is already out of contention for the knockout stages. In English Premier League, Liverpool defeated Manchester City by 1-0 as Mohamed Salah won the battle of the forwards at Anfield. In yet another match, Arsenal beat Leeds United by 1-0. And in La Liga, Real Madrid won their first El Clasico of the season, defeating rivals Barcelona by 3-1. But despite defeat, Barcelona still hold major advantage over arch rivals, winning 12 matches in last 15 seasons compared to Real Madrid's 6. So those were the top headlines of the hour that we are tracing for all our viewers and sports fans. Now to begin with the stories from cricket. Well, India defeated Australia by 6 runs in the warm-up match between the sides at the Gabba, Brisbane on Monday at ongoing T20 Cricket World Cup. KL Rahul and Suryakumar Yadav smashed half-centuries as India piled a stiff 186 for a loss of 7 wickets in the warm-up match. KL Rahul scored 57 runs off 33 balls and Suryakumar Yadav hit 50 off 33 as Team India scored 186 for 7 in 20 overs. Rohit Sharma scored 15 off 14 while Virat Kohli managed 19 off 13, and on the other hand Hardik Pandya was dismissed on 2 whereas Dinesh Karthik scored 20. Aaron Finch from Australia and Mitch Marsh got Australia to a strong start in the run chase where Finch scored 76 runs. For Australia, Kane Richardson was the pick of the bowlers as he scalped 4 wickets and also conceded only 30 runs. And in men's ICC T20 Cricket World Cup Round 1 encounter between Scotland and the other team, Scotland caused big upset in Group B. They shocked West Indies by defeating them by 42 runs. Earlier, West Indies had won the toss and put Scotland to bat. Scotland scored 160 for 5 in their 20 overs on the back of 66 runs knock by George. In reply to this, West Indies crumbled after getting a good start. Windies lost 7 wickets in the span of 26 runs. For Scotland, Mark Watt took 3 wickets. And now let's move on to the world of football. In the ongoing FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup, hosts India, will play its last group stage match against Brazil today. While India is already out of contention to qualify for the knockout stage after facing defeat earlier from the USA and Morocco by 0-8 and 0-3. India conceded 3 goals in the second half to suffer a humiliating 0-3 defeat to Morocco in their second Group A match and crash out of the tournament on Friday. After their back-to-back defeats, India's head coach Thomas Denerby concluded that the team is not up to the mark technically. Now he wants his girls to be more confident with the ball and building their attacks when they play Brazil in their final match. And now to discuss more on this, I am joined by our correspondent straight from the grounds of FIFA Under-17 Football World Cup, Mukesh Shukla. Mukesh, good evening. Thank you so much for joining us. Today, India will be, dancing their last leg at the ongoing FIFA Under-17 tournament. It was prestigious for India, A, to host the event on the grounds of India, and B, for India to participate at such a great level. How is the fervour, how is the enthusiasm today of the players despite knowing that they won't be able to make it to the knockout stages, Mukesh?
Right, Deepika, it's very important. If you look Indian team, they got this opportunity first time they are hosting Indian Under-17 World Cup FIFA and they are participating. As we saw their matches, if we elaborate all about all those things, first match was very disappointing for them because they lost by USA 8-0. But in against Morocco, see in the first 45 minutes how they were, contesting. They were fighting fabulously. In the last stage, in the rest of time, they tired. They little nervous because they were trying to score, but they were not convert the goal. As Morocco got their chances in the last 45 minutes, they took advantage and they scored 3 goals after 50 to 60 minutes. So it shows that India has potential. India has talent, but they required some nourishing. Even we spoke to the head coach. He said that the girls are participating first time in this big platform, and FIFA is not a small thing. If you tag something with the highly prestigious personality, highly prestigious organization, if you are performing against Morocco, Brazil, like America was 2008 runner-up, and the Brazil, everyone knows their standard in the main male or female category. They are playing in the senior matches, how they are preparing themselves, the long journey they covered that. But India, in the point of view, they celebrate this FIFA World Cup participation. It's a different story. You finally lost or you won the match, but you won many hurts. We spoke to the journal people when we round about in this Bhubaneswar. People talk about their girls and how they come up, how they came from the background. Everyone knows that the girls, they struggle a lot to make into this World Cup. So it's a good thing. They learn many more things. Their strategy, how they prepare, how they they perform in the front of a big team, how they become the strategy. They convert their passes, how they tackle the situation. If they scored 4-5 goals like against the USA in the 39 minutes, they scored 5. The 5 goals they have already conceded. So it's how you tackle the situation. The coach himself said that they can't control their nervousness, but we all say that the sports ministry, the central government, the Odisha government, they hosted this event particularly for India. It's a big platform. They must be happy. Today they are contesting their last league match against Brazil. There is nothing to worry about what you lose. It's a good thing how you learn, what you earn from them. If you are performing in the coming of the week, coming of the year, when next World Cup will happen in anywhere, so you must be keep all those things how you perform against a big team.
Absolutely, Mukesh, and especially talking about today's matches and the support the government and the fans are giving to the women's team here. The government also launched a campaign, a hashtag campaign on social media to support the girls, and Akshay Kumar, Bollywood celebrities, many the other celebrities took up the momentum, and they also started cheering for the team. Today also, how the fans are supporting the team despite knowing the fact that this will be their last group stage match today.
you are absolutely right, Deepika. Our sports minister also encouraged to others. They will come to perform. They will, the dream kick of dream campaign. They will run. Even he also perform and post the video. Law Minister also posted the video. Here, some celebrities also posted the video on social media, and they are supporting them in the rural area. I also visited. I did stories and I spoke about that. They always said that they will go to cheer the Team India, whether they will lose or whether they will win. It's our duty. It's our nation. They are participating. They are our girls. If we will not come out and will not go to support them. So there is no mean to host anything. So they are coming out, huge crowds are coming out. Despite all those things, they know that now they are out from the contest. But it's always good that they are cheering them, they are supporting them, and the smile they try to catch them. Their smile, they are really jeetega jeetega India. The many kind of slogans they. Shouting in their ground, we found that. So it's a big thing for India, and we, apart from the ministry, apart from the celebrity, everyone come out and supporting them. It's a good thing, and they will perform it. They are not like they are not doing anything. If you see the last match, I told you that 45 minutes, everyone expecting they will go, they will dominating at the point of view. They were try to score, but they couldn't convert. It's a different thing because lack of confidence. Sometimes you are performing a big team. It's a pressure on you. Before you lost the match 8-0, it's again a pressure. Again the Brazil, it's a big team. They cannot beat, but they can perform, and if they will win or they will draw the match or they are nearby, if they're close to the Brazil team, it's again a celebration situation for them. And if they will celebrate this part of the last match, it's a big thing for them also.
Absolutely. So in both the situations, the situation is a very, very win-win condition for both the players. My very quick last question to you, Mukesh, that you yourself being a father of a shooter, how important mental health becomes here for the players, and how this sort of cheering campaigns become important for the players that the government have been doing since so far and since so long for the players now.
Yeah, Deepika, it's our moral responsibility. We have to come out. We have to support, whether they will win, whether they will lose. We always try to teach them, do their best, go for the best. If you not get medals, if you not get a good victory, it doesn't mean any sense you don't have caliber. One day you will shine, everybody will watch. Like in the Olympic, we were doing better than better after 2008 to 2022. Everyone saw that the journey how India dominating in the other field. That's the same thing. If we cannot come out, we cannot support these girls, we cannot do anything. So we have to come out, and the city particular, we talk about Bhubaneswar, Navi Mumbai, Goa, they are dying fan about the football, hockey. So it's a good thing we are hosting these matches in these states, and it's a good thing for the tribal girls. It's a good thing for the urban girls. They are staying from the different society. They are coming out. So we watch that this kind of culture here in Bhubaneswar also. So today we expect that many more spectators will come out. They will, cheer the Team India in front of them.
Absolutely, irrespective whatever the result would be, Team India here from the grounds is cheering for the Team India there in Bhubaneswar. Thank you so much, Mukesh, for joining us and bringing us that rounded perspective on today's match. And now, staying on football, the enthusiasm and passion for football is being witnessed across the country. You just heard a correspondent also mentioning about that. Well, be it politicians or actors, all are taking forward the campaign of Kick Off the Dream. The youth is not staying behind. Girls from tribal community studying at KIIT and KISS Institute of Odisha are also encouraging the team and are desperate to get a place in the team on the basis of their talent. We have more in our next report, exclusively made for you. Take a look.
The FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup is underway in India, where 16 teams are fighting for the coveted title. The enthusiasm for the competition, which is being held across the country in 3 states, that's Odisha, Goa and Maharashtra, can be clearly witnessed among sports lovers. Tribal players from Odisha are very excited about the event, since there are 6 players in the team who come from the tribal community of Jharkhand, including the captain. Even though these young girls lack resources, but the art of playing football is embodied in them, which is evident on the field. These young girls believe that football is their passion and they see their future in this sport. These young players are also reaching the stadium to encourage and support Team India in the World Cup.
हमें यहाँ पे जो भी मतलब सुविधा मिल रहा है आज ये फुटबॉल प्लेयर हम बहुत खुश हैं, बहुत सीखने को मिल रहा है यहाँ पे और हम भी ट्राई करेंगे कि इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करें जैसे कि यहाँ पे जो फीफा का खेल रहे हैं हमें भी वैसे खेलना है आगे जाके।
मैं ये जो वर्ल्ड कप हो रहा है वुमेन्स वर्ल्ड कप तो मैं उसको बेस्ट ऑफ ऑल देना चाहती हूँ इंडिया टीम के जो अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस देना है तो अच्छा खेलना है जीतना है और टीम ऑल द बेस्ट टीम इंडिया।
There are 27,000 tribal children studying in KIIT and KISS University of Bhubaneswar who are given free education and playing facilities. More than 5,000 children represent the state in various sports. Their coach believes that these children have high passion and enthusiasm and are eager to knock on the doors of Team India in times to come.
यहाँ पर हमारे पीछे जो बच्चे खेल रहे हैं वो भी आदिवासी बच्चे हैं और इंडिया टीम में भी 6 लड़की खेल रही हैं तो वो भी है कप्तान भी है वो भी आदिवासी लड़की है तो हम लोग को बहुत खुशी लग रहा है कि चलिए इंडिया टीम में तो कोई तो आदिवासी बच्चे हैं तो उसमें हम लोग बहुत गर्व महसूस कर रहे हैं कि हम लोग चाह रहे हैं कि ये वर्ल्ड कप जो हो रहा है मैंने 2-3 साल के बाद में 2024-25 में जब होगा तो हमको आशा लगता है कि हमारे 21 बच्चे भी उसमें भाग ले सकते हैं।
India is participating in the World Cup as a host for the first time. Union Sports Minister Anurag Singh Thakur, Law Minister Kiren Rijiju and many Bollywood actors have shared posts on social media playing football and asked all to encourage these players. Their purpose is clear, to give India a big place in football in the near future. K. Shukla's report, DD India.
And moving on, football is all over the place after the start of FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup in India. Ministers and actors are promoting Kick Off the Dream campaign to support our women's team and also encourage all football players. Our correspondent Mukesh Shukla spoke to Odisha's Sports Minister Tushar Kanti about the hosting of FIFA Under-17 World Cup in India and football in general. Take a listen.
Now the FIFA Under-17 Women World Cup is undergoing on and we have the Sports Minister, Odisha government, Tushar Kanti Behera. Let's speak to him. Sir, how you see this tournament? Finally it's held in Odisha and how you see the response from the crowd, from the spectators?
At the outset I would like to thank FIFA, AIFF and all the officials and the central government and as well our honorable CM Shri Naveen Patnaik ji. For supporting all these kind of events. I would say from starting from Asian Athletics to 2018 Hockey Men's World Cup, everything has been done successfully and as a host state our officials, our sports department officials have done a tremendous job. Now you must be knowing that in 2023 January we will be hosting the Hockey Men's World Cup. The host city will be Rourkela along with Bhubaneswar. So the enthusiasm of sports persons is very high and the aspirational value of all the youngsters who have come to witness the FIFA Under-17 Women World Cup in Kalinga Stadium, it's going high. And even though the Indian team couldn't perform well, but we hope our youngsters will perform better in coming match and in coming Hockey World Cup. The sports persons from around the world, they will cherish this moment forever, I would say.
We spoke some youngsters during this tournament. They are from tribal, they are from slum areas also, and some of them are in the higher education also. They are very happy. At least the scopes will come out. The dreams they are watching, they are seeing, they are looking. It's come out and it will, go a long journey when it starts from India.
Obviously, when one of the international tournament is going on in Odisha, the aspirational value of the youngsters will be very high. And you must be knowing the players from our tribal belt, from Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh. There are many players in national team who are representing India at international arena. So that will be one part. Another part is since it is under 17 Women World Cup, the school children are getting the opportunity to witness the matches live here in Kalinga Stadium, and I hope they will perform better and they will go into football and they will keep the pride of India high.
Thank you so much for talking to us. So you have seen, you have watched that how sports ministers encourage to the youngsters. They are coming out to watch the matches, and the expectations are still high with the Indian teams. With Cameron Sanjay Jana, I am Mukesh Shukla, DD News, Bhubaneswar.
So whatever the result would be tonight in India's match against Brazil, we all are cheering for Team India. And now in Sports Bus, let's take a look at other sporting events also. Indian shooters continue to shine at ISSF Junior Shooting World Championship. India picked 3 more medals to go with 2 bronze, including a double gold by Udayveer Sidhu to consolidate their second position in the ongoing ISSF World Championship in Cairo, Egypt. Udayveer won both the junior men's 25-meter standard pistol titles, while Isha Singh came first in the junior women's 25-meter pistol, as India ended the day with 4 gold and 3 bronze medals to lie behind China, who have 8 golds and 16 medals in total. After finishing her qualification round in 4th place with a score of 581, Isha came second in her ranking match to make it to the final medal round. After 2 silvers at the Lima Junior World Championship last year, this was Isha's first junior world title. And India's second bronze of the day came from Tejaswini in junior women's 25-meter standard pistol after she shot 557 to finish behind Chinese athletes. And now moving on to English Premier League. Liverpool defeated Manchester City by 1-0 on Sunday. Mohamed Salah won the battle of the forwards at Anfield, scoring second half winner on a day when Erling Haaland's incredible goal scoring streak came to an end. Haaland had scored in each of his last 10 games in all competitions. And in yet another match, Arsenal beat Leeds United by 1-0 in a dramatic clash at Elland Road on Sunday as they extended their lead at the top of the Premier League. After the match was suspended for 40 minutes due to technical difficulties, Bukayo Saka opened the scoring for the Gunners 10 minutes before half-time. The goal turned out to be the winner for Arsenal as they fetched 3 points and now sit on the top of the table. And in La Liga, Real Madrid won the first El Clasico of the season, defeating their rivals Barcelona by 3-1 to move 3 points ahead of them in the league standings. The rivals had entered the match tied on points, with Barcelona ahead on goal difference. And as we draw closer to the opening of the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar, the prized trophy is currently making its way across the globe on a world tour. As per the tradition, the trophy has been flying to 32 countries who have qualified for the World Cup from the mid of August till the mid of October, to allow many to take a glimpse of it. Presently, the trophy is in Mexico for a 6-day tour.
World Cup fever was running high in Mexico on Sunday, with Mexicans turning out to catch a glimpse of the World Cup 2022 trophy, which will be awarded to the winning team in Qatar. With 34 days to kick off, the trophy is currently on its world tour. Saturday's destination was a 48-hour stopover in Argentina. Excited fans got their photos taken with the trophy as they eagerly waited to the start of the Qatar World Cup. Carlos Segura, a 37-year-old computer engineer, sold his vehicle and has been saving for 4 years to travel to the Qatar World Cup.
I had planned to attend 14 matches during the trip between accommodation and airfare. I have spent about 1 lakh Mexican pesos. Hiring a travel agency would cost me about 5 lakh Mexican pesos or more than 3 lakh Mexican pesos. The prices of travel agencies are widely more expensive.
I'm not going to miss the World Cup, and I will watch it on television. but I am not going to Qatar because of work and economic issues that don't allow me to go.
One of the big problems with this World Cup is that the hotels are overcrowded and in too much demand due to the 32 teams, the sponsors that FIFA has, and the press.
The trophy will be displayed in the Iztapalapa municipality east of Mexico City from 16th October to 17th October. It will then travel to Guadalajara and Monterrey. Sports Desk, DD India.
And with this, it's a wrap here in Sports Pass. But news continues here on DD India. So don't go anywhere. Keep watching and keep tracking DD India. Namaskar.
Get in-depth analysis of the important news of the day. Spotlight on day's newsmakers. Expert comments to dissect the news. Get the finer points of the matter. Watch Dateline 5 p.m. on weekdays on DD India.
I'm a traveler. I love traveling, crossing borders, mountains and oceans. During my first expedition, I had the most difficult time paddling across, not because the terrain was hilly, but because the hills were barren. And that was how I decided, right there and then, that I had to do something to protect the environment around me. I pick trash in my town for 72 hours every year with my teammates and young people. And this idea has evolved into forming the Project 72 Hours. We paint the town red and blue and yellow and green. I have been traveling on my bamboo bicycle to around 40 countries across the world. In my small way, I go out to the world with my own message of giving a little love to our planet Earth and taking good care of her. My name is Chevito Solo and this is my solo ride.
Get in-depth analysis of the important news of the day. Spotlight on day's newsmakers. Expert comments to dissect the news. Get the finer points of the matter. Watch Dateline 5 p.m. on weekdays on DD India.
Hello and welcome to yet another episode of Virtual Encounters. I'm Abhishek Mahajan. We have a very special guest today, a squash player, Joshna Chinnappa, who gave India first medal in squash at the Commonwealth Games. She won back in 2014. She won medal in 2018 also, and she won World Double Championship 2 this year. She has won medals in Asian Games 2, record of winning the most national championships also. She is a star. Welcome, Joshna. Welcome to DD India.
Hi,
Appreciate you giving us your precious time. First of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, 2022 started off so well for you. I mean, you achieved the top 10 ranking once again after 2016. You won World Championship also in doubles along with Deepika Palikal. I mean, you were so desperate to play in Commonwealth Games 2022, but you didn't cross the line. I want to ask you, I mean, how do you want to judge your performance of Commonwealth Games at Birmingham?
I mean, like you said, I had some really good success this year. And of course, I'm, very disappointed with not winning a medal at the Commonwealth Games. I struggled with a couple of injuries, leading up to it. And hopefully, I thought, okay, I would still, whatever it is, give my best, give 100%. And it just wasn't good enough to win a medal at the Commonwealth Games this time. And hopefully I can, build and learn and grow from that.
Like you posted on Instagram also, not meant to be this time, but lot to learn and grow from. But what do you think went wrong? You and Deepika were in top form before the tournament also. You won the World Doubles Championship also. What do you think went wrong?
Well, I think that, Deepika was obviously as solid as she's always been. And I think for me, like I said, because I was physically not at 100%, I think I wasn't able to play my best, because at the end of the day, I still have to be able to, handle the pressure, handle the physicality of matches, and especially in doubles, both of us have to be strong. And unfortunately, I didn't feel like I played my best throughout the whole tournament. And I feel like that could have really contributed to not winning a medal.
But how did you take that defeat? I mean, obviously nobody wants to lose whatever the platform is, whatever the game is. But you were playing well, ahead of Commonwealth Games also. But how did you take that defeat? Is it a big regret also for you?
I didn't take it very well. I'm still recovering from that whole Commonwealth Games. But, that's sport, you give your 100% for years and years and years. And sometimes when you really want something, it just doesn't work out. And of course, it's, very, very disappointing, especially for me, because for me, the Commonwealth and the Asian Games in 2022 was something that I actually prolonged my career, to be able to play at this level. So of course, it was disappointing, but that's life and that's sport. You don't always get what you want, and you have to just keep going back, working harder, seeing where you can improve, and hopefully you can turn it around. And for me especially, like I really look forward to playing better squash. I feel like I have a lot more to give to the game and to myself as a squash player, and hopefully hopefully you can see that in the next coming year.
Okay. And but overall, we did well in squash at Birmingham. Saurav Ghoshal, singles medal, what a win it was. And also Deepika Palikal in doubles. How do you want to rate the performance of India in the Commonwealth?
I think it was great, especially from the younger team that we took as well. They had some really good wins. Of course, Saurav, Saurav is a stalwart of Indian squash, Deepika as well.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a tremendous achievement for Saurav to have won his singles bronze as well. And of course, Deepika, coming back from almost a 3-year layoff, I think she's had the year of her life in squash. And I think it's just exciting, and we're all really happy for them.
But Joshna, you think Saurav's medal, it will be a big boost for the sport also? More and more youngsters will come up and take up this sport, because what youngsters want is the results. I mean, they don't know about the process and all. But when we start winning medals, I mean, you, Deepika, Saurav Ghoshal, you have been in for a while. I mean, more than a decade. So, I mean, you think this will make a lot of difference?
Absolutely. I think that's where squash as a sport really gets its recognition when we win medals for the country. That's when, everyone's watching us play, and, there's the media attention, and people follow what we do. So when our results get highlighted at these games, there's always a boost for a sport like squash, which is not in the Olympics. So for us, our biggest platforms are the Commonwealth and the Asian Games. And any of our medals that we've won, after almost 2 decades of work, really comes after those 2 decades. It's a lot of work that goes in to win any medal at the games, and it's not an overnight success. It's years and years of blood, sweat, and tears.
Happy for Deepika also. I mean, she made a superb comeback. She's handling 2 kids also at home, and what a win for her. How's your camaraderie with her? What kind of a relationship that you share with her?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think it's fantastic what she's achieved in the last 1 year. When we first started playing in December of 2021 was the first time I'd actually gotten on court with her in over 3 years. And it was so strange. It almost like she was exactly the same as she was when she was in her prime playing, competitively. So, it was just very exciting to have her back on court. And, we've always had a very, very good on court chemistry, and off court, we've been teammates and we've been rivals as well, and, friends and roommates and everything possible for the last, 15, 20 years on tour. So to see her come back, I know she's been through a lot in the last 3 years, and to come back and play, after being a mom, and I mean, she herself will tell you she was not sure if, this was going to happen for her. So to see her stand on the podium, twice over this year is amazing.
Big example she has set. I mean, how was her response when she came back to the court? I mean, like you said that you were very excited to see her back. How was her response? I mean, she's back to the court and doing that thing again, which she does the best.
I think she missed us all. Being a part of the whole Indian team, traveling, all the jokes, making fun of everyone, like, the typical stuff that you do. When
she's still the same? She's still the same?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're so used to, sharing room with each other at tournaments in the past that, like, this time around, it was just normal, comfortable, and it was great to have her back.
And Joshna, I've heard, I was reading it somewhere that she has, you share a very good relationship with her. Great bond, homie. She has also made you a better player on the court. You want to describe that?
Well, we've been number 1 and 2 in the country for a very long time. And you know how it is when the 1 and 2 are competing with each other. You're always, trying to do your best, because at the end of the day, neither of us wants to lose, So that kind of inspires and motivates us to keep training hard, to keep, working hard as well, because at the end of the day, we have the same goals with squash. We want to win medals for the country, and the only way we can do that is if I am solid and if she's solid. So that's what I meant, that, like, we both inspire and motivate each other to keep giving our best and putting our best foot forward.
Joshna, also, like you mentioned in your answer also, goal is the same. You want to win more and more medals for the country. But are you happy with how this sport has grown over the years? And what about the youngsters? Are they inclined towards this sport?
Definitely, the sport has grown leaps and bounds, especially in the last 5-6 years. Winning medals at the Commonwealth, Asian Games consistently has really, raised the profile of the sport and boosted the whole sport in India. And I think that has really inspired a huge generation to come into playing squash. You have kids like Anahat Singh, Abe, Bela, who are all the junior crop who are coming up now to, kind of play on the senior tour. They've been doing really well. So it's really nice that, after Saurabh, Deepika and me, there are a lot of young and exciting squash players coming up.
Right. Joshna, like I mentioned before, you, Deepika and Saurabh, you have been here for a very long time and you're a poster girl. How do you want to popularize this sport, in the sense, even when you stop playing this sport, how do you want to make it more popular?
I think we need to reach out to the grassroots level a lot more throughout the country. You have so many academies, all around the country as well, but I think we still need to reach out further into the interiors of India. I think there's a lot of talent all over, and they need to be encouraged, supported from the time they're really young, with their training, encouraged to play tournaments. We need to have a lot more tournaments happening, professional tournaments, junior tournaments, just so that people have something to look forward to and something to train for. And they can use that as a platform to, hopefully take up squash professionally as well.
Okay. Squash is an elite sport. Have you seen that changing too over the years?
I think it's changed a lot from the time I started playing, because I had access to the Madras Cricket Club that my father was a member of. And now it's, of course, changed. There are a lot of public courts that have opened all around the country, and there's a huge interest in children playing because of that.
But now, Joshna, what's your aim now? You're preparing for the Asian Games next year. Is that your short-term goal, next target?
Yes, absolutely. I definitely am looking forward to playing the Asian Games. But for the next 1 year, I'll have to focus on my professional tour, make sure that my ranking is good and keeping my level and standard up, because the competition has become, pretty hard, and everyone's working well and doing well and all of that. So it's important for me to keep my fitness up and, have good results at these, at the professional tournaments, so that my ranking can be good, so that I can compete at the Asian Games.
Absolutely. And looking back at your career, Joshna, you want to share the best matches that you have played so far, best moments or highlights of your career?
I have 3 highlights that always stand out to me. One was when I was 14 and I won the senior women's nationals for the first time. So that was a very special time for me. The second time would be when Deepika and me won the gold medal at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. That was also very special. And the third time would be when I won the Asian Individual Championships for the first time in Chennai.
And the biggest regret would be squash not part of Olympics till now?
I wouldn't say that's a regret. I just think it's a little disappointing that a sport as amazing as squash, it checks all the boxes, to be up there with all the best sports in the world, that is not a part. But it's okay, where it doesn't take away from the amazing sport that it is.
Right, Joshna, you met Prime Minister Narendra Modi also after the Commonwealth Games, and he spoke to you and mentioned about Field Marshal K.M. Karyappa, also first Indian Commander-in-Chief of the independent India. How was it meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi? Must have been very, very motivating.
Yes, it was definitely one of the most amazing moments in my life. I had no idea that I would be talking to him up until 20 minutes before, so I was very, very nervous. But it was just when I ended up speaking to Modi ji, sir, he was very. He just makes you feel very relaxed. He genuinely, cares for Indian sport, and he's encouraged us, tremendously over the last few years. So I was very comfortable and relaxed talking to Sir, because it's just how he made us all feel, and, always supporting and recognizing, athletes and their contribution to this country. So it was just wonderful to be there, at his residence amongst all the best athletes in the country.
You think it does make a lot of difference? Prime Minister himself speaking with the athletes?
Absolutely, because he spoke to us even before, for over an hour, even before we left for the Commonwealth Games. And of course, the minute everyone came back from Birmingham as well, we were told that the Honorable Prime Minister wants to meet all of us, and this time, like, he didn't just meet medal winners; he met everyone who went to Birmingham. So that was a huge moment for all of us. And he spoke to us for over an hour, his time, his effort, and we just appreciate, being recognized and, our contribution. It's just so wonderful to be a part of this era right now.
But Joshna, how the journey of playing squash started? Like you mentioned, you started off, your father, grandfather all used to play, and you had the access of Madras Club also. You want to share that journey, how you started playing squash professionally?
It's one of my most favorite childhood memories is going with my dad to the Madras Cricket Club. I had all friends my age group, 8-9 years of age, and we would kind of run into the squash court, we would run into the tennis court, run into the badminton court. So my whole childhood was just playing sport. And then at about 9-10, my parents were like, we want you to play any one sport, because I was playing every sport, every racket sport. And they really wanted me to focus on one sport. And I ended up choosing squash because my father was, a squash player. He was my coach for a very, very long time. So I felt very familiar, playing squash and being on court with him. And I was almost 10 years old when I told my parents that I'm going to play for India and that's going to be my career. But of course, my mom was like, you're not playing squash full time unless you finish school and college. So the condition was that I had to finish school, I had to finish college, I had to get a degree. And then after college, if I decided to go professional, then that was my choice. So that's what I did.
You're happy with your decision now, and the rest is history.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go on, please.
No, it's just, I was just very fortunate that I had very supportive parents, because I told them very earlier on that squash was going to be my career, and playing for India was my only dream and passion to being an athlete and being a squash player. And, they were very, very supportive. And I think that's why I was able to pursue what I wanted, was because they understood that was my passion and I could be good at it if they encouraged me.
You're saying that your dream was to play for India. What's your dream now?
To still play for India. I feel like I have a lot to give the game, a lot to give my country on court, and that's what really keeps me going.
No, but what's your ultimate aim?
With squash?
Yeah.
The Asian Games. I want to win a gold medal there, and that's been my driving force for the last few years.
Okay, and so, do we see you in the next Commonwealth Games? Hope you're not retiring soon.
I don't think my knees will be very happy about that call to play the next Commonwealth Games. Right now, I'm just taking it year by year, and I'm just sorting out, a couple of injuries and trying to get my body fit for the next 1 year.
On a lighter note, Joshna, who all are your good friends from the sports fraternity that you play, maybe from other sport? Who is your 2 a.m. friend?
I don't think I can tell you that, but at these games of course, playing for India is very, very special, but you really meet some of the best athletes, and you realize, you're all pretty similar, like everyone's very relaxed, and, it's so nice to be around such an inspiring group of athletes from all parts of India, and that's some of my favorite times playing for India is at these games, because you really meet amazing people with amazing stories and backgrounds, and for them to be standing on that podium is just it's very inspiring. So I'm always the one wanting to be friends with all of them.
But who has encouraged you the most? Maybe during your challenging times, difficult times. I've seen your pictures with Sania Mirza, G. Sathya, Manika Batra, all PV Sindhu also. All, I think they are your good friends.
you know, I mean, like I said, like we all have very similar lives and lifestyles. And like, of course, I would consider them, a lot of them friends of mine, and they're all very, very supportive. Like I would be as supportive.
That's a diplomatic answer. Come on, you can share that. I mean, who's your best friend?
I mean, I wouldn't say best friend, but you know, athletes like Rohan Bopana, Sindhu, of course, I know Saina. I've known them for a very, very long time. And
Pranoy also, he's getting married on 14.
Yeah, Pranoy is Pranoy is one of my very good friends. And I mean, they're all just doing so well for themselves. And it's just nice to know their journey a little bit. Yeah.
What do you do in your free time on Sundays? What's your hobbies?
Oh my God, I can just lay in bed all day in my pajamas watching Netflix. I'm probably one of the most laziest people if I'm not motivated to go train or have something to do. So I just love to chill out. Yeah.
Because you practice 6 days in a week. So, I mean, you're bound to get lazy. But how do you, Joshna, how do you take the criticisms on social media? I mean, social media these days is very, very nasty, very, very brutal. How do you handle the criticisms on social media? Do you read all the messages?
I don't read a lot of messages, and fortunately, I don't think I've put myself out there that much that, you know, I get a lot of criticism in comments and stuff like that. But even when people say stuff that are negative and all of that, I don't pay too much to it because, you know, everyone has an opinion about everything. And sometimes not everyone knows the real story of why, you know, I didn't do well in a match or I didn't, you know, give my best and all of that. So I just take it as it comes. I just know that I'm doing my best and, you know, wanting to work as hard as I can to do well at tournaments and games and all of that. So I try not to think too much about what people have to say.
Okay, so you don't reply to your haters.
No, I don't.
Okay. Last question, Joshna, before we wind it up here. What advice do you want to give to the youngsters who want to play sport professionally, but they don't know where to start from?
I think it's important to, if you enjoy something, enjoy sports, to, you know, try and go out and pick up a sport. And, you know, I think it's important to have a communication with your parents that if this is something you want to do, that they should be able to encourage you. And like I said, like for me, studies was equally as important as playing up to a certain age. And I think it's important to manage both. And then, of course, you can, you know, take it forward from there. So I think it's important to follow your passion, work hard, and just enjoy what you're doing.
Absolutely. Sports and studies have to be managed together, and you got to have a goal. That's how you can go onwards and upwards in sports professionally. Thank you, Joshna. Thank you for giving us your precious time. You were superb with your answers. Really liked talking to you. Thank you so much.
I'm a traveler. I love traveling, crossing borders, mountains, and oceans. During my first expedition, I had the most difficult time paddling across, not because the terrain was hilly, but because the hills were barren. And that was how I decided, right there and then, that I had to do something to protect the environment around me. I pick trash in my town for 72 hours every year with my teammates and young people. And this idea has evolved into forming the Project 72 Hours. We paint the town red and blue and yellow and green. I have been traveling on my bamboo bicycle to around 40 countries across the world. In my small way, I go out to the world with my own message of giving a little love to our planet Earth and taking good care of her. My name is Shevitio Solo, and this is my solo ride.
Traditional medicine is widely used and increasingly relevant in the world today. Yet, it has been around for millennia. At a time when we were more in balance with our environment and in harmony with nature, we began looking into its healing powers to cure our aches and pains and discover our own remedies. Our understanding of traditional practices began to grow. Now over 80% of the world's population use traditional medicine. It's also the foundation for many modern medicines and practices. Some 40% of the approved pharmaceutical products in use today come from natural substances like tree barks and plant roots. So why don't national health strategies fully take all this into account? To answer these and other questions, we welcome the World Health Organization's new Global Center for Traditional Medicine. A bold new vision that starts in Jamnagar, Gujarat in India, but has a truly global reach. A center to support evidence and data, sustainability and innovation, bringing together the latest knowledge and technology to advance our understanding of methods already in use by billions of people. Catalyzing ancient wisdom and modern science has never been more needed as we strive towards our global health objectives to keep the world healthy and safe, to serve those in the most vulnerable situations and promote good health and well-being for everyone. Let's take a bold new look at this most ancient and most modern practice. Welcome to WHO's Global Center for Traditional Medicine.
Get in-depth analysis of the important news of the day. Spotlight on day's newsmakers. Expert comments to dissect the news. Get the finer points of the matter. Watch Dateline 5 p.m. on weekdays on DD India. The changing world of news. Headlines that you wake up to. News that shapes your day. Stories that matter to you. The latest and most accurate updates. A fresh start to a new day. The Breakfast News, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. on DD India. Turning
Hello and welcome. You're watching Dateline at 5 p.m. 3 weeks into a refinery strike that has caused fuel shortages across France, tens of thousands of protesters marched in Paris on Sunday to express their frustration at the rising cost of living. Today, Europe is struggling to contain an energy crisis that could lead to rolling blackouts, shuttered factories and a deep economic recession. New waves of protests against the rising living cost amid an escalating energy crisis have hit Europe in recent days, as many people were angry about their governments waging war on their own people by following the US in sanctioning Russia over the Ukraine crisis. Over the next 30 minutes, we discuss with you the soaring inflation across Europe. We also talk about Europe's energy crisis amidst the approaching harsh winters. And climate change adding to the woes, if that is making a difference, we are going to discuss. I'm Samiti Goel. Let's first take a look at the top stories at this hour. Is it over for UK Prime Minister Liz Truss? Speculation grows over her future as many British newspapers headline her increasingly precarious position within the party. One newspaper reports that some lawmakers have held secret discussions on replacing Truss with a new leader. Europe remains on the edge as soaring inflation forces people to hit the streets. Protesters march in Paris against rising prices. Several French unions announced a national day of strike on Tuesday. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurates the Prime Minister Kisan Samman Sammelan 2022, launches Prime Minister Bharatiya Jan Urvarak Pariyojana, says under One Nation One Fertilizer scheme, farmers will be provided with cheaper and good quality fertilizer. Several explosions heard in Ukrainian capital this morning. President's chief of staff says capital attacked by kamikaze drones. Russian and Ukrainian forces engaged in heavy fighting around two towns in Ukraine's eastern Donbas region. Crude oil prices bounce higher as the US dollar's strength eases. Oil prices expected to remain volatile as production cuts by OPEC Plus will tighten supplies ahead of the European Union embargo on Russian oil. OPEC Plus members line up to endorse output cut by 2 million barrels per day. Iranian President Ebrahim Raisi blames the US for inciting destruction, terror, riots and chaos in Iran and around the world. Raisi's statement comes after Biden expresses support for nationwide protests. Protests continue to rock the country. Now, soaring inflation fueled by energy prices and other factors is becoming the single most challenging task for governments in Europe as the winter approaches. With steep hike in energy prices and subsequent burgeoning power bills, many nations are now witnessing events not much associated with the developed West. Protests against price hike spilling over to the streets. And with winters coming, experts believe this is just the start of the very long and tough season ahead of the continent.
High energy prices fueled by the war in Ukraine have piled pressure on governments across Europe to cushion the blow of mounting energy costs for consumers and businesses. The European Union, which previously turned to Russia for about 40% of its gas needs, is seeking to wean itself off Russian energy following the invasion of Ukraine in February. Major EU importers such as Germany and Italy have found alternative sources and built up gas stocks ahead of a winter that is likely to be tough because of sky-high energy prices and the fear of rationing and power cuts. And the prices have already started pinching. Across the developed world of Europe, people are out on the streets to protest soaring prices. Thousands of people took to the streets of Paris on Sunday to protest against soaring prices as weeks of strikes for higher wages at oil refineries spurred demands for a general strike. The leader of hard-left party La France, Jean-Luc Mélenchon, marched alongside this year's Nobel Prize winner for literature Annie Ernaux. He called a general strike for Tuesday. The four unions also called the protests to help protect the right to strike after the government ordered the requisitioning of some oil refinery workers, a move seen by unions as a violation of their constitutional rights. The march followed a call by the NUPES parliamentary coalition, which hopes to turn the page on domestic violence accusations that have recently dogged senior members. Budget Minister Gabriel Attal said the left-wing coalition was attempting to exploit the current situation marked by ongoing strikes at French utility EDF's nuclear plants and at French oil refineries. This is a growing phenomenon across Europe. A crowd of around 100 people gathered in Rome on Saturday to protest against skyrocketing gas and electricity prices amid the soaring cost of living in Italy. Protesters demanded a cut in bills, pay rises and greater social benefits to shield households from the impact of high energy prices. Many protesters fear that with the continuously rising prices, they won't be able to pay energy bills. Italy's neighbor Spain also witnessed protests. Thousands of protesters marched on the streets of Madrid on Saturday demanding higher pensions and better salaries in the face of high inflation rates. Spanish consumer prices rose 8.9% year-on-year in September, down from 10.5% in the period through August and slightly below the flash estimate of 9.0% released 2 weeks ago. Final data released by the National Statistics Institute showed on Friday. Spain's 12-month inflation in September was its lowest rate since May 2022. Although inflation has softened from a peak in July, it remained high due mainly to a massive electricity price increase and soaring food and non-alcoholic beverages prices, which grew 14.4% in September, the fastest pace since January 1994, the National Statistics Institute said. Protesters say they are struggling to make ends meet. Demonstrators held signs and chanted pensions must be defended as they marched together. Spain is set to transfer 2.9 billion euros to the State Pension Reserve Fund for the first time in 13 years. On Friday, the IMF doled out a warning for Europe. A senior International Monetary Fund official said that the elevated inflation will still linger in Europe in 2023, with advanced European economies projected to have a 6% headline inflation in the year as a result of energy price hikes. For 2022, on an average across Europe, the cost of living for households has gone up by over 7% due to higher energy prices. The rising cost of firms and households brought by surging energy prices will result in a further inflation crisis in Europe, according to the IMF. As the IMF projected, the headline inflation in advanced European economies in 2023 will be at around 6%. With no reliable energy supplies and soaring inflation, the coming winter is going to be a lot more harsh than what they have faced in many decades. And leaders are still struggling to wake up to the enormous challenge. Bureau Report, DD India.
Now, the sterling rose against the dollar today after new UK Finance Minister Jeremy Hunt announced that he would deliver parts of his medium-term fiscal plan later in the session regarding fast-tracking tax and spending measures in an attempt to calm the markets. The pound gained 0.42% to $1.12 after Truss said that Britain's corporation tax will rise to 25% from April next year instead of keeping it at 19% as part of a government's initial mini-budget. The news also pushed down the cost of government borrowing. The interest rate or yield on UK government bonds fell, suggesting financial markets are welcoming the prospect of changes to economic plans. The European countries are buying gas at sky-high prices and scrambling to curb energy use to avoid fuel shortages this winter. But early weather forecasts point to the risk of a cold snap that could temporarily hike demand. Surging European gas and power prices as a result of reduced Russian supplies are stoking inflation, hampering industrial activity and inflicting record-high bills on consumers ahead of the Northern Hemisphere winter. Early winter forecast released by the European Centre for Medium-Range Weather Forecast said Europe could face a cold snap in December, indicating a potential extra energy squeeze as countries attempt to cope with scarce Russian gas supplies and sky-high energy prices. Romania, a small country of 2.6 million sandwiched between Ukraine and the European Union, has seen its economy hit by soaring energy prices and the war. Abandoned buildings, rusty coal wagons and excavators are the only signs left of the proud mining past in the Jiu Valley and Oltenia region, which was a symbol of Romania's industrial strength. With stray dogs passing by remnants of an era dominated by the extraction of coal and rusty machinery, Petrila, Petrosani or Rovinari are just examples of many former mining towns in the western part of the country tarnished by time. Romania started closing its heavily subsidized and unprofitable mines soon after the collapse of communism in 1989, years before greening the economy was part of the political agenda in this part of Europe. from 14 active coal mines that employed over 50,000 people in Romania's Jiu Valley, only 4 are still operating today. They give a livelihood to 3,000 people but are scheduled to close in the coming years. National Recovery and Resilience Plan Romania said it intends to stop the excavation of coal in 2032 and replace conventional power plants in the meantime. The country had planned to restructure state-owned lignite power producer CE Oltenia by 2026 and replace its old capacity with solar power and gas. Power generators and gas burners became a necessity for many Ukrainians ahead of approaching winter. As per the Deputy Commercial Director, there is a significant rise in demand of power generators, gas burner and wood-burning stoves. President Zelensky's government said power has been restored for millions of people, but warned Ukrainians to prepare for more blackouts and asked people to cut down on their electricity consumption wherever possible. Ukraine government said Russian missiles and drones struck Ukrainian targets 128 times over 3 days this week, hitting 28 power supply installations. Meanwhile, Moscow has denied targeting civilians. The Ukrainian government is urging citizens to stock up on warm clothes, on candles, flashlights and batteries, while also asking people to limit their use of energy-guzzling appliances such as ovens, washing machines or kettles during peak consumption times. And now let's take a look at the annual inflation rates in the European nations. Now, as per the key data that is available on the annual inflation rate in Europe, which was published by the Eurostat, the Statistical Office of the European Union on September 30th, 2022, the inflation rate has broken into double digits. Now, inflation in European countries using the euro currency has broken into double digits as the prices of electricity and natural gas have soared. Consumer prices rose around a record 10%. Consumer prices in the 19-country Eurozone rose 10% in September from a year earlier, up from an annual 9.1% in August. Now, only a year ago, we have to tell you that inflation was as low as 3.4%. Now, which are the nations that are a part of the euro area? The euro area consists of Belgium, Germany, Estonia, Ireland, Greece, Spain, France, Italy, Cyprus, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Portugal, Netherlands, Australia and Finland, Slovenia and many more. The looming winter recession. Now let's look at the looming winter recession. Now this is clearly signaling a looming winter recession for one of the globe's major economies as higher prices undermine consumer spending power. The price increase is the highest ever since 1997. Now the prices increase were beyond what market analysts had expected and are at their highest level, record keeping for the euro starting 1997. Now let's look at the country-wise inflation for Europe, again estimated by the Eurostat for September 2022. Germany, to begin with, is at 10.9% inflation, France at 6.2%, Spain at 9.3%, Italy at 9.5%, Malta at 7.3%, Netherlands at 17.1%, Austria facing 11% inflation, Greece at 12.1%, Ireland at 8.6%. Moving on, Finland at 8.4%, Portugal at 9.8%, Estonia at 25.2% and Belgium at a record 2% again. Now the energy crisis in Europe, the prices of natural gas have been surging in Europe as demand increases globally. Now while this is happening with most commodities, it's been a larger problem with natural gas. This is due to the global economic rebound as countries lift the COVID-19 restrictions and fully reopen their economies. Markets are competing after the pandemic shock. Markets are now competing as the demand has risen after the shock of the pandemic. Now there is also competition for natural gas as after long winters in Europe and East Asia, with buyers now pushing the prices up. Europe is in fact heavily dependent on Russia for natural gas. Europe has been severely impacted during the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine because of its heavy dependence on Russia for its energy requirements. Russian gas makes up around a third of all natural gas used in Europe. Looking at Germany, Germany imports half of its gas from Russia. Among other continent's major economies, half of its gas Germany gets from Russia, while France obtains a quarter of its supply from the country. According to the latest available data, it relies more heavily on Norway. Italy's reliance, on the other hand, after France, we move on to Italy. Italy's reliance on Russian gas is a whopping 46%. It would also be among the major impacted economies at a 46% reliance on Russian gas. UK draws its gas supply from Norway and Qatar. On the other hand, the UK gets its gas supply from domestic sources and imports, which are mostly from Norway and Qatar. Now Spain, coming on to Spain, it draws its gas supplies from Algeria and the United States.